Okay, good. Call to order the budget work session for Tuesday, June 20th, 2023 at 2 p.m. The first item on our agenda is the invocation. I'll ask Commissioner Mendenhall to deliver the invocation.
Almighty gracious Heavenly Father, we give you thanks for this day. Lord, we give you thanks for the rain that you've sent our way. Lord, we pray that you will give us guidance and wisdom as we go through this budget meeting. I'm sure there will be many questions and answers provided today. And we just pray that you'll just help us lead Stokes County in the right direction. All these things we ask in our precious name. Amen.
Amen. Next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item on our agenda is approval of the agenda. Can I have a motion for that?
So moved.
Second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Agenda is approved as printed. And then the next item on our agenda is the school current expense fund budget discussion. Before we start on that, just one thing I'd like to mention. We're scheduled to work through dinner tonight. I think we can probably, if we need to, work Monday before and after our regular commissioner meeting, if we need to. I'm just checking with you guys to see about this. If that ends up being our schedule, I think we need to be finished by Monday. We shouldn't go home Monday till we're finished. And depending on what we accomplish today, if anybody has thoughts between now and Monday, I would say just get with Amber or Lisa and work whatever you might need to work with them for next Monday's meeting. Because I don't think everybody can meet the rest of this week after today. Is that right? Everybody has conflicts on certain days. Is that right?
Yeah. I had conflicts, and I got a bigger conflict that I brought 3 grandsons home with me from Indiana yesterday. So it'd be nice I can work some earlier before the meeting, but I doubt I can work after the meeting Monday night.
Okay.
But I think we'll be all right. I think we'll be done by then.
I'm perfectly willing to do it today if we can get there.
Monday is an afternoon meeting, correct?
Yes,
2 o'clock meeting.
Yeah.
it is. Yes.
So we'll see how we proceed here and decide before we break up today what we might do or not do on Monday. All right. One other thing, I asked Amber to work a drill. I think we've kind of discussed around the edges of this previously. I think we have. I may be mistaken on that. About looking at converting ARPA money into general fund. So I asked her to run a drill to try to get the fund balance up to an acceptable level. I don't know that now's the appropriate time to talk about that. I can save it till. Why don't we maybe bring it up after the school discussion?
Okay.
Talk about what we want. Normally we do the school stuff, and we have right afterwards. We had the department heads, so we didn't do the school right after the school meeting. So maybe talk about you guys' thoughts on the school first, and then I'll get her to go through that request I had, and that'll give us something kind of as a start point, I think, to look at all the other aspects of the budget that you guys want to talk about. Is that okay with everybody?
Yep.
All righty, so who would like to go first on talking about the current expense for the school system?
I don't mind going first.
Okay.
Just give you a few quick thoughts on that. After meeting with them and, really talking to them and seeing their budget, I feel like that the request is reasonable as far as it's not got a lot of extra stuff this year as far as, it looks like a lot of it is driven by things that are increasing for them, like some salaries that the state is controlling and we don't have control over, their retirement, their benefits. If there's no change to the supplement. But I also think that they do have a little money in their fund balance that they could add to it. If we can't give them, I think the recommended cut from Amber in the budget cuts them about $2 million to current expenses. Is that right, Amber? Approximately. Personally, I would like to see us be able to give them maybe between $250,000 and $500,000 more than Amber's recommendation if we can come up with it, and see if they can, come up with some from their fund balance. But I don't see how we could do any more than that this budget cycle. That's just my 2 cents.
Okay.
I'd love to give them a little more than the recommended, but I don't think we can fully fund their request this year, unfortunately.
Definitely agree with you.
Okay. So that, to lead off, that's my 2 cents.
Okay, Ron, you want to go next?
Sure. I am certainly somewhat in agreement with Commissioner Cox. I've looked over everything numerous times, made a few notes. The request from them, I think, was $17,865,936. Amber had recommended a decrease of that of $1,892,932. As I look at that, you do know that sure everything is going up. It's going up for everybody. School system, the governmental process, everybody is going up. I mean, prices are going up. Just like the courthouse. Price you got from Perry Pearson in the beginning was one number, and it's going up continuously, going up. I think the key thing that Sonia mentioned, and I'm going to re-echo that, is I had already done a lot of figuring on the school system's fund balance before I asked the question of the day. That's why I felt like I was so close. I knew it was between 2.5 and 3 million, and that's the figures I could come up with on my calculator at home over the weekend. It's just right at, on the best I can figure, $2.8 million in their fund balance. 2.8 million is big. I never had $2.8 million in the fund balance when I was in the attorney.
We don't want to go there.
I'm just making a factual statement.
We're doing something wrong.
Well, I will say this, is that with that fund balance of between Ms. Moore said between 2.5 and 3 million, and this is, we all know this is not easy what we're going to have to do today. We all know that, and there's going to be a lot of departments that are sitting, watching, hoping that it gets certain things, as well as the education department. I certainly think that Amber did a pretty good job with her recommendation on the current expense for the school system, and with their school system fund balance. Must have run some Commissioner Cox off. With
Someone's calling about you.
that's okay. That never bothers me, Brad. Might be about you.
I haven't started.
Well, I'm not going to take on this first one because I don't think we can give them, with what they have in their fund balance, I think they have a good, solid fund balance between 2.5 and million. So Sonia said she could go on with, I think it was 250 to 400 or 500,000. But I think we're gonna have to stay awful close to what our county manager's recommendation is. I can't say right now at this point because we got a long ways to go today. And we don't know what an hour from now will look like. It's different from right now. So that's all I'm gonna say on that right now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. You ready to go, Brett? You know what? You want to wait till she gets back so she can hear what we're saying?
Yeah, maybe we better.
Give her a couple minutes
Okay.
anyway. Since we're like on a marathon meeting here anyway today. So. Keep from saying it twice.
Makes sense.
Sorry, go ahead.
So in terms of the school budget, the thing that, and like Dr. Rice, even says, it's kind of to me, it's this, I have no experience dealing with school budgets. City government, where I come from, we didn't have to worry about funding the schools. It was a combined school system. So this is new to me. But you would think that, they've submitted their budget to us, but yet they don't even know what they're going to get from the state. So, but yet we have to lock it down before, the start of the fiscal year, and probably 9 times out of 10, the state probably won't even have their budget finalized by July 1st. So I get a little bit leery about, it's not like Stokes County is running with a bunch of fat in our budget. We already given 31 cents out of our property tax right off the bat. So, and then we're expected to run the rest of the county, including what we're already given, what we have to run for the school system. And as the costs have gone up for the schools, even in terms of salaries, where the state is saying, hey, you're going to bump these salaries up to say $15 an hour. Well, we have employees that are sitting watching right now that are saying, you know what, I don't make $15 an hour. But we're, why are we going to cut more out of our budget so our employees aren't going to be, I guess what I'm trying to say is, we have to look out for everybody. And I think it needs to be equal. We have to have, we want excellent education. But I think there's limits to everything. And I like Amber's budget. I think she was thorough. And like I asked Dr. Rice, and I appreciated that he was forthcoming when I said, hey, we can object to any line items that we don't object to, but all he's going to just take whatever money that we give him, and rightly so, and he's going to put it where the needs are. And then, to me, the last line of defense, of course, is if something drastic occurs, the school can come to us, and then we can help as much as we can.
Okay, Keith?
You really want me to say something?
You don't have to. You're going to have plenty of time.
Well, I'm
later.
pretty strong about this, and I love the school system. I'm not against it, but what I'm against is the 19 schools we got, and we're in a code red situation. This is sucking money out of the budget at an alarmingly rate over the years, and nothing's been done. They come up with these plans and waiting on another study. And Amber, I agree with your budget, and not a penny more. We just they gotta have a plan, man. And quick. because this is serious in my book. If I need help escorting out here, I know y'all got my back.
Brad ought to make you
You're
feel
not
good
totally wrong.
every day, so you did a good job on it.
I appreciate it.
I said you're not totally wrong about that. I mean, it's kind of like it's here. I mean,
Oh, it's been here. That's the problem.
Yeah. Me and Ronnie closed the store.
Y'all the ones that done it.
we closed one.
Character building experience, isn't it?
We might not have built everything we built except for former boards of commissioners prodded that to happen.
If you don't have the money, you don't have the money.
Well, honestly, the bottom line about consolidation is that it's not only is it a budgetary concern, but speaking from having a daughter that's an educator that taught a combo class last year in a small elementary school, who went before the school board, and if I wish you could have heard her speech before the school board, 'cause she's 100% for consolidation. She teaches in a small school. But she, from an educational standpoint of teachers having more teachers to plan with and the kids not having to be in combos and things, there's so much educational benefits from having, say, 300 or 400 kids in a school versus 100 or 125. You may have. I wasn't at that meeting she spoke at, but if you watch the
yeah, I watch them all.
yeah, and so, but I get the other side of the coin is the small community schools that people just have a hard time turning loose of, but
Well,
it's just a different day and time that we live in now. And, the population is decreasing. There's a study, what did I read that on? It was like a national publication about birth rates declining across the country. It's not just something your bigger cities are seeing these influx, but
none of the other counties have 19 schools.
yeah, most counties
None.
that are our size are shocked that, when we went to Rockingham,
Y'all should have shut more when you were going to do it.
Say,
we barely survived that one.
I can't keep them as. Do you mind if I
Oh, go ahead.
address it? I won't take but a second.
That's fine, you got all the time you need.
Commissioner Cox, after I retired from the superintendency, I went and did a principalship for a friend of mine, Dr. Cotton, in Henry County, Virginia. It's Henry County / Martinsville City Schools. And I was the principal at a small elementary school. We had about 240 students. And I asked the assistant principal how they went about, because he had known that I'd gone through a school close in here. And their policy up there, it's a state to state or county, you're supposed to have a public hearing. Our attorney demanded that we have a public hearing when we closed that school in Stokes County. But up there, if they go under 200 students, they close the school down. There's no public hearing. They don't have to stand in
You have no
front.
choice.
And when he asked, the superintendent asked me, he said, how many students did you have, Mr. Mendenhall, and how many schools did you have? And when I said we had 19 schools and we only had, at that time, when I left, we had about 7,000, and it's down to 5,500 or 5,400 now. And I told him we had 19 schools with that many students. He like fell out of the chair.
Everybody
Because
does.
they had 9,000 students and only had 13 schools. He just couldn't believe that we had that many schools still working with that few students. So, and that's all I'll say right now, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. My thoughts on this are, and I need y'all to fact check me on everything I'm getting ready to tell you, historically and everything as well. First fact is, Lynette said they had $2.5 million in their current expense fund balance right now, right?
Approximately, yeah.
Did
She
she say
said
that?
between 2.5 and 3.
Yeah, 2.5 and 3 million. We've had multiple discussions over the years in my previous life here, I think more than in my elected life here, about what the fund balance should be in current expense. And it seems to me that most of the time our end result was that we thought they should have at least 500,000 in current expense. So that's one of the things. I'm pretty sure that's kind of the number we were coming up with at the time. If you guys remember or not.
Just agreeing with you.
The so right now, what I would recommend we do, and this recommendation is based on the fact that we have to have a balanced budget by June 30th. And so you have to look at all the different ways you might do that. But what I would recommend us doing is reducing Amber's recommendation on current expense by $2 million more and put that in our general fund, which would gain us about 4 percentage points on the fund balance. If we move that pot of money down to the school system, then they'll have $5 million in their current expense fund balance, and we will be 4 points short on our fund balance.
I think just,
So,
can you go back over that whole thing? I'm not, Lisa's like, yes, please. I'm not following.
yeah, well,
Okay,
we you know, our fund balance is based on how much we've got in our general fund versus our expenses. So, any money that's not kept here in our accounts, we cannot count it for our fund balance. We can't give that $2 million to the school system and let them keep it along with the 2.5 they've already got. And then,
so what I don't understand about that is, how are we allotting them $2 million more into their fund balance? If we followed Amber's recommendation.
no, if we follow my recommendation, we would be keeping the money here for them to come back and get it if they had an emergency, but it would be kept here versus there. So it would force them to spend down that 2.8
Well,
million
even
or
if-
whatever they've got.
And by my calculations,
Because 500,000 is enough.
I got you what you're saying there, but based on her recommendation, they were still short $2 million from what they needed. So what you're saying, they're going to be short $4 million.
No, I think that the 2 million they spend out of their fund balance.
Well, I'm following
Their
that,
shortage.
but you're saying cut her recommendation another $2 million.
Mm-hmm. And make them spend 2 million of that 2.5 or 6 or 7 that they have on their shortage.
But don't you see what I'm saying? Your what you recommended was still $2 million less than what they need
Right.
to not have to
what
dip
they
into their
requested,
fund balance. So they're gonna even if we funded at her exact recommendation, they're still gonna have to fund $2 million out of their fund balance to make their budget work.
Or figure out a way to use what we give them.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, I see what
Well,
you're
they'll
saying.
have to make cuts. They'll have to
Yeah.
lay off people, fire people, whatever. There's no way they can do it.
They got 2.8 million in a fund balance.
I'm fine with them having to spend some of that. That's not what I'm saying, but I'm just saying her recommendation was $2 million less than what they need, what they asked for to not have to use their fund balance.
Mhm.
So if we give them what Amber recommended, they will have to chip in $2 million of their own money.
That's the question. I didn't understand it that way.
How
Well,
do
they
you-
requested around 17.8 million or so, and my recommendation was 15.8 million.
Mhm.
That's what the 31 cent brings in, about plus part of their fund balance we have here, we gave to them.
So to balance their budget, they would have to chip in $2 million.
Yeah. Well,
If
from what they requested.
from
See,
what
I don't
they
know what they
requested.
what the request. You know, I don't know what all goes into that request. I mean, we can look back. but-
Yeah, you do. We just went over it with them. It
Yeah,
showed
but that's what I
everything.
mean. But I mean, I don't. You know, I just have to make like.
Their actual request was 17,775,000 $431. Is that accurate, Amber? That's what I'm seeing on your sheet you gave.
Yeah, I have around there. I have 17,865,936.
Yeah, that's what y'all give me.
Yeah, but that includes the payment on Poplar Springs.
Yes,
Which
yeah.
is
Okay,
every year.
Yes, then yes, you're right. Yeah.
See, Poplar Springs was built when I
Yeah.
was superintendent.
Right, and I was just looking at my
We
budget
had to pay
message.
90,
Yeah, that
right
it
around
does include that
90,000
90,000.
every year on Poplar Springs.
Yes.
So without, and they do have to pay the 90,000 is there
Yes. Yes, sir.
as part of the loan. You know, you weren't here, but Sonia and Rick were both here. We
Right.
got loans called QZAB and QSCAB.
Right. Yes.
One gave us a better interest rate than the other one.
Yeah.
And what you're looking at
Yeah,
is
you're right. I had just included that.
that you included in Pop
Yes.
90, which is fine.
Yes.
Then it goes up to 17,865.
Yeah, you're right. That would be the amount without that 90,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so we are still $1,896,627 difference from what they want and what you recommend.
We still gave them 800 and something thousand of ARPA last year on top of their normal amount, right?
Yeah, on top of what we had given them from current expense from the tax rate, we gave them the additional
Yeah.
ARPA money to make up for that gap.
So it just seems to me
Where's
like
that
they've got more money than they should have in a fund balance down there that, I guess, well, maybe we go ask them what's the impact if we take two more million out. Because you're saying, Sonia, that if we take 2 more million out, that even if we don't take 2 million out, they're gonna have to spend that whole 2-point-something million.
They're gonna
I
have to
really don't-
spend two million or 1.8 of it
For what, though?
to get up to what's requested, which wasn't anything much new in that. You know, you look at what there wasn't. I mean, I could pull the sheet out. There wasn't that much new request. I mean, if you just
Well, if we don't get it somewhere, then we're gonna have to raise taxes this year. If we're so worried about them, I mean, maybe we get an impact from them or whatever, but give them a couple numbers and say, what if we take 2 more million, what's the impact before we finalize the budget or whatever?
want to be
Or
back
figure out what that number
before-
is that we can reduce further from what Amber recommended. So I don't ever remember them except when that Obama money was there, y'all had a big fund balance. Then it went down, and that's when we tapered it down to about 500,000. Right, isn't that right? So I guess why do they have
From
to
the best of
spend?
my memory, last year, Commissioner Morris, I believe, I don't want to say this exact, but I think out of that ARPA money, we gave them $843,000.
Yeah, we did, that's right.
Yes, sir. Yeah, 843,905.
I thought that's what.
That still was short of their requested amount, even though we did that last year. That's what I'm saying.
But how do we determine what the impact's gonna be if we take another million or two from them? We need to go ask them, how
That's the only
y'all?
way you know.
do
Was
I-
asking them, I think.
And half of this stuff's all projections, like Brad said, on money that we don't even know what we're gonna be getting
State
to start
doesn't
with.
usually give you more money than you think they're going to. It's usually less than you think they're going to. But
Is it?
I never knew the state to give us more money than we thought when I was on the school board. It was usually we were
No, and
coming
so,
up short.
yeah, and a lot of it is, if you remember, Commissioner Cox, a lot of it is you really don't know how much money you're going to get from them as far as the number of teachers until after the first 10 days. It's called 10-day ADM.
Yeah.
And
They can
You have
take
to send
positions
in
away
to
from you.
Raleigh how many students is in each school to Raleigh, and then that's your average daily membership. And then
So that's
at
based
that
on
point-
enrollment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and at
The
that
number of
point,
teachers.
you might gain, one school might gain a teacher, and another school, if theirs is lower than they thought, they may lose a teacher.
I mean, this is just, I'm just gonna do like a few seconds of education of why things are crazy with the school system and how things cost so much. So nowadays, there are so many kids that are diagnosed with all kinds of autism. The autism spectrum is huge now. So the school system can be forced to hire one-on-ones, which is one person and one kid, and all that person does is have to stay with that kid all day and go to their classes with them, or they're being forced to do more and more of that because the parents, for one thing, are being advocates for their kids, and I'm not saying that's not a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just saying they're taking them to task more and more on this, what their kids should be provided, and it's just crazy. I mean, because there's kids in the severe and profound class at West Stokes that don't even know they're in the world, and we're supposed to educate them till they're 21 years old, and they can stay there, and the ratio is like maybe 3 kids to a one. It has to be an EC teacher that's hired to, which there's a ton of shortages of EC teachers across the state. But I'm just saying that's why that money don't go as far as you think it would, because that EC population is growing and growing, and it eats away at all those pots of money. So.
Shouldn't that be a state mandate to provide for the teacher, for the person that is like the 1-to-3 ratio or something?
It should be, but it's not, because it's based on ADM only. It's not based on what are the needs of these kids. So if you have, and I can tell you that when I left the school system, the one thing they were looking at was they were trying to say that Stokes County had over-identified the amount of EC kids, which I don't know if that's true or not, because the state average is very low. So as far as the East, so there is some money that comes from state and federal for the EC population, but if they think you've over-identified and say your average is 25% and it should be 12%, then they're not going to fund you based on, they're just going to say you've over-identified. You need to cut some of these kids out of the program. Is that not right, Mr. Monroe? I mean,
Yeah.
that's what they want you to do, but then that results in kids really not getting the services that they qualify for. So I just think I don't know what's causing so many kids to have autism and all these special needs, but the severe and profound, the behavioral, these kids that are out of control, and that's why they have this, they call day treatment at King Elementary, where these kids can't be in the regular classroom. But supposedly we are required to educate them, but they're a danger to probably themselves, the teacher, and other kids. But they're out there. I mean, I'm just trying to give you a little glimpse of why things cost so much, if that makes sense.
Okay. Let me read something out of Amber's budget message, and y'all help me interpret it, especially you, Amber, maybe. Under current expense for the school system, she says, starts out on that page, but she did 15,888,048 for current expense in an attempt to maintain the amount of funding that was provided last year. This includes 90,000 that Ronnie was talking about for Poplar Springs, a 4-cent fund. The recommended 15,888,048 current expense also includes a $500,000 appropriation from their current expense fund balance in order to provide additional revenue, so the larger portion of the request main revenues could provide per the audit, it was reported their current expense fund balance as of June 2022 was $539,066. Last year's budget appropriated $175,000 of their current expense fund balance toward their current expense budget. The commissioners also unanimously made a decision to appropriate $843,905 of ARPA money. So that's what makes me think, that's kind of why I'm thinking, well, they didn't spend $2 million out of a fund balance. They spent a few $100,000 to.
When I said the including the 500,000 from their current expense fund balance, I mean the one that we have here for them. I didn't know they had that 2.5 million or whatever in their fund balance. Cause see, I don't see that.
Mhm.
That's on their end.
Yeah.
But that was out of the 539,000 reported from the audit that we had here for their fund balance.
Okay. So your recommendation includes that, right?
Yes, using 500,000 of the out of that 539,000 that we have reported to have here from their fund balance that we have here.
And last year we did
we keep that separate.
175,000.
Yeah.
So the one question we can't answer is how much of that 2,000,008 that they have to stay even. And I have a gut feeling that there's a whole lot of it they don't need to stay even, but I may be totally wrong.
Yeah, because see how they have a fund balance here is when, like, say if we appropriate that they get about 31 cents of the property tax rate, and we estimate conservatively, when anything over that estimation that we get in out of that 31 cents for them, it goes into that account. You know what I mean? So there is typically an overage that goes into their fund balance here,
Oh, okay.
if that makes sense.
So while y'all think about that, why don't you go through that thing I asked you to do, the thing, and then I'll flip back to the discussion on this. If you want to just summarize it.
Yeah, so in the recommended budget, in order to balance it without raising taxes, I had recommended taking about 6.4 out of the fund balance in order to balance the budget. If we finance the new animal shelter, and take that 1.3 out, then we would only need to find about 5.1 million, and bring that 5.1 million from the general fund. So then you add the $500,000 worth of software that we have the ARPA money for finance and HR. Just pretend if you wanted to finance that on top of the 1.3 for the animal shelter as well, that would bring the number down to about 4.6 million that you would need to pull from the fund balance. Then if you add in, and I was going to update y'all about this too, if you add in the 1.1 from the broadband, which I did find out that we can use it for revenue replacement if we would like. We just need to amend the grant ordinance on Monday's meeting and then report it separately, but we can do that.
Okay.
Then you add that 1.1 million that we have left over for broadband. If you want to use that to go back to the general fund, then it brings that number down to about 3.5 million that we would need to find and bring from the general fund. And then on top of that, if you did about, like what you're saying, bring about
A couple million
from the school current expense, that would bring that number down to about 1.5 that you would have to bring from the county's general fund balance to balance the budget.
And that would be a fund balance of what percentage? Did you estimate that too?
It looks like it would bring it to 16.34 approximately, is what it would by financing those
All
items.
that stuff, it's the whole
by
list.
financing those items and doing those changes with the broadband in the schools, it would bring it to about 16.34% is where we would be
Okay.
at, with the other parts of it being recommended as is, if y'all didn't make any changes.
Okay, and then if we just to kind of kick back, if we took the whole 6 million out, our fund balance would be 2 or 3%, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Or
well, with
something.
the estimated the cash estimates that we have done as of today, and put in some of that reimbursement for grant that Brandon Gentry had got last year, we finally got some of that in, so we put that in the revenue side. So as of today, it would be about with the 6 million, it'd be about 8% are estimated exactly.
Oh, right at 8%?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, because see, originally we had not updated some of those new cash receipts that we had gotten in. So we've gotten
Okay.
some of those in the past couple weeks and have updated them.
Okay.
So it would be about 7 to 8% if we took the whole six million out.
Okay, so thank you very much. So that, back to my 2 million thing again. So that leads to then is we have to decide what fund balance level we are going to require for this budget. And then we have to decide if we're going to do all those things that she just said. And I think, other than the school, they're all kind of no-brainers, I think, to do it. I mean, I think that's the only way we can balance the budget without raising taxes. And so then that gives you a visual to think about of how much, if you don't want to take 2 million from them, how much do you want to take? How many points you want to try to gain in our fund balance? Because anything we let go down there, we can't keep it counted as for our fund balance. So, that's my thought process. I don't see any risk associated with doing those other things. That
Let me ask her one more.
revenue replacement things.
Right. So the revenue replacement things that you mentioned, financing instead of spending the ARPA money or whatever, it was 1.3 for the animal shelter, 1.1 broadband, and 500,000 software.
Yeah, for the HR and finance software.
Okay. So if we did all that, and
If we did all that,
that would be,
you
still wouldn't need 3.5 million out of our fund balance.
if you did all that, you would need about 3.5 from the fund balance to balance it instead of the 6.
And what percentage would that put us at?
It would be approximately 12.8.
Which is the lowest we've ever had since I've been here.
Cause see, I mean, as it stands right now, about $500,000 is about 1 percentage point for the fund balance.
So anyway, so that's the thought process anyway. I would really like to understand that 2.5 to 3 million they've got down there and what part of it they have to spend and what part of it's going to sit there all year waiting for an emergency. I mean, I don't know how maybe you can ask the question along those lines, Amber.
Is there any way we can find that out today since we're going to be here all day? I mean, there may be somebody from down there that could come up here and talk to us about
You
that.
can just call Lynette maybe. And
I think that's an unreasonable request.
No.
Matter of fact, if you're watching, just come on. I know they are.
send us that.
Well, I kind of would hope so.
You want Lynette? I can email Dr. Rice real quick while we're talking about other things.
Okay. And then the other question is, and maybe I should have asked it when they were here, or maybe we did, but I don't think we did. But 500,000, the right number for emergency. They got 100,000, I think, in capital, if I remember, for emergencies. That's what they've been having anyway. I don't remember if that was this year. But then, is 500,000 a reasonable amount to keep in current expense down there? Because everything we put down there for them to have in current expense fund balance is something we can't get credit for up here. In our calculation of our fund balance.
I think there are no-brainers, like you said, about the other 3 things. I think we need more information about the school, their fund balance and the impact. But the 3 things, I agree with you on that for sure.
Okay.
And we're not picking on them, it's just that critical.
Oh, I know.
It's keep us from raising taxes this year. If you're going to raise taxes this year, then it's not as big a deal, I guess. But
We
I
wanna
don't know
move
what
on to
everybody's
their-
latest thoughts are on that nice subject.
Well, I got thoughts, but I don't know if I should share them later instead of now.
So I'll talk a couple more minutes, then we'll go back around again.
Okay.
Because I got a list of stuff here. one of the things I wanted to, associated with what we were just talking about is, I think my top two priorities I've campaigned on forever is the internet and the medical stuff, and that internet money was programmed there for ARPA. We thought had to be used for internet, and now it looks like we don't have to. But I would like in our final budget to put some language in there that says that up to that amount, we're going to prioritize for internet if we get an opportunity to do a good spend on some kind of internet capability that affects some people or matches a grant or does something. So I would like to keep that same priority on getting everybody connected that we've always had, and not kind of slow down on it. So even though the money could be used for something else if we move it to general fund, y'all be agreeable with that?
I think it's very important, and we need to stay committed to it for sure. Since we don't know when the next wave of grants will exactly hit, or when we'll need that funding, I think putting this 1.1 back in, give us that little bit of help that we need is a good idea, but still at the same time being committed to getting everybody as connected as we can. Actually had a request and got Glenn to look into, it's not broadband, but it's cell service up around Sandy Ridge and that, and he's connecting with somebody at Verizon's first responders, because it's a safety issue really that you can't get.
I hear about it all the time.
And he's doing some digging on that, and I emailed the guy back, and I kind of copied what Glenn had kind of found out, that where he's digging on that to try to find out what the resources are to get more cell service around that area too. And that's something we need. It's just hard because they're so driven by money, and when it's sparsely populated and there's not as many. But at the same time, some of those, I know I'm for sure putting up a tower is expensive, but if you can sell service to other providers, looks like there could be a way to make that work and provide more service up there. I don't know how that figures into the county and what we can do to help that happen, but
Something we need to work on, definitely.
yeah, but I agree. We need to commit to. I mean, I think the ones of us who have internet, I'm not bragging, but you know, we take it for granted. Really think about it.
Oh, you don't have a clue.
You know.
One other thing along with this same topic we talked about is I remember on a couple of really hard budgets I did previously, we financed everything down to the computers. And, you know, we could, I guess, look and see if there's if we're going to finance all this stuff we're talking about, why not just finance all the equipment that we're buying? I don't know if that would move the needle any or not, if there's enough other stuff we could add. Amber, you have a feel for that, or I don't know what that amount would
Yeah,
be.
we can look, but the larger items we've already made those changes, like the HVACs that Stuart had put in there that are much needed. We've already put those in as financing.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Yeah, and that was in the budget message and everything.
Probably going down computers probably wouldn't save you that much unless there's some other big capital item.
I mean, I don't think that unless you absolutely need to, because that might be more trouble than it's worth
Okay.
for the amount of money it is. But
Yeah, okay.
The three things I think, Amber, you had in was for financing in your original message. I know we've gone back and forth, but
yeah,
one was the new HVAC system for the old portion of the jail. One was the ambulance,
yes,
which was $304,000, I think. And then the other was the repaving of Autumn Square parking.
yes,
That was your three I think you had in originally, right?
yes.
Can you tell me again, you and Sonia were talking back and forth with the three items. I think one was animal shelter.
Yes.
Can you go back over those three
Yeah.
y'all said and what the numbers were on that for me?
So if we from that 6.4 estimated that we'd have to take from the fund balance, if we financed the animal shelter for about 1.3, then that would reduce the number that we need to pull from fund balance to about 5.1 million.
Okay.
Then if you add on the $500,000 worth of software for finance and HR that we had ARPA money for, if you ends up financing that, then along with the animal shelter, then that would bring the number down again to 4.6 million approximately that you'd have to pull from fund balance. And then if you add on the move the 1.1 that's set aside for broadband and put that back into the general fund and do it as revenue replacement, that would bring the number you had to pull from the general fund down to about 3.5 million. About.
So let me make sure I got this. Animal shelter, 1.3 million, and it would bring us down to 5.1. The 500,000, that was the software for the HR financing.
Yes, that we had ARPA money for. If we just decided to do
Yeah,
that.
I'm just asking.
Yes, yeah.
Would bring it down to 4.6, and the 1.1 for the broadband would draw it down to 3.5. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just
Yeah.
couldn't hear y'all. Thank you.
The only thing I have, then, go back to y'all is, do you guys have in your head what you want the fund balance to be, what the acceptable lowest number is?
Well, before today, I was thinking about 16 or 17%, but and I think 18 to 20 is optimal, but I think I could live with 16 to 17.
Okay.
I think, unbeknownst to us, that's probably what we've been operating with anyway. In that range.
Yeah, it was 16 in the last audit, I think she said, wasn't it, from last year?
And I know in Amber's budget message, one of our 5 goals was to maintain the fund balance percentage at 17 to 18. That was at the very beginning, back in March.
Yeah. I can live with 16, 17, 16 to 20, anywhere in there, I think. I'm this year, but I'm thinking we got to get a strategic plan, shall we call it, together to keep this make this revenue keep up with the expenses instead of going 10 years with no tax increase and then having to jump through hoops. So I'm thinking, the fund balance is not as critical this year if we're committed to get the revenue fixed over the next 2 to 3 years. Y'all kind of think that too, or
Well,
that means raising that property taxes?
I think we just started. This is just the beginning. We got a plan down the road and somehow get back to the modern times. But this year, everybody I talked to see from other counties, they're up against the same thing. Davie, they got a deficit of $5 million. That's all you see on the news.
Except for places like Guilford, and they seem to be just throwing money out.
Well,
Millions of dollars
Yeah.
at a time.
Yeah.
they've exploded over to the point
I mean, it's
they're
crazy.
pushing them this way. That's
Oh, I know.
Kernersville is an example of a place where it keeps up the revenue because they got so much business and everything. But I saw their manager Saturday night, and he said, "Oh yeah, we approved the budget right after the public hearing." That must be nice.
Yeah.
Where they went home.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So
I mean,
I'd like to get in a position we could kind of do that kind of stuff,
be nice.
Forsyth County, didn't they?
they're close if they
I
didn't
was
already.
talking to Don Martin the other day, that I can't remember if he said they were about to close the deal on ours, or they have closed it. I don't know. We're not Forsyth and Gifford, is it? I'd love.
You know, have that business right, that much business right away anyhow. But you gotta kind of get things a little bit more.
I think it's coming. I think what you're talking about with strategic planning is really important. And it's just like Eddie McGee said in here the other night, in 2 years, I think it's going to be a lot of changes, and it's going to be a lot of things that we can count on that's going to help our county with tourism and other things, but we got to figure out the best way to capitalize on all of that stuff. I mean, having almost 1 million visitors a year to Hanging Rock is great, but we've got to figure out a better way that we can, and the occupancy tax is one thing that'll help, but it ain't going to fix, and even the quarter cent sales tax ain't going to fix everything.
I think the problem, and I had a note on that I was gonna get to later, is that the next 2 years are critical. I would like for us, before we adjourn from this budget, whenever our final budget session is to give people some heads up on what's coming next year also. As much as we can, project. Also sales tax is not gonna get voted on in time to help us this year or next year.
Right. It
I
will.
don't think
Even
that's
though it'll
gonna
be-
solve our problem anyway.
Yeah, and if it'll only be $1 million if it does. 1 million, it's nice, it'd be nice to have, but it won't solve the problem, you're right.
No.
But all those little pieces will help when you add them together, but the trouble is, the next couple of years, we got nobody to rescue us except ourselves, so.
I definitely don't want another COVID-like virus outbreak, something to give us more money. Even though that gave us a lot of money, it wasn't worth it in the long run, that's for sure. So, hopefully.
It helps with the internet at least. I wasn't sure we're ever gonna get money for that, so. That's all I have. I got some more stuff for
You want
later.
us to move on to capital then? School capital.
Yeah, why don't we?
Well, my thoughts on school capital was, I feel like we're gonna have to stick pretty close with Amber's recommendation on that, but, it's like they talked about, there was some money in there about some money they're gonna need for consolidation, but since they don't have a plan yet, I'm not for giving them $1 million to plan till we know what's needed. But that's an instance where I feel like, yeah, they could come back to us and say, okay, well, this is our plan and this is what we need to do. So we need to have a match for this, and we need to have some money to make the school suitable for, middle school students or for elementary students or whatever. Some renovations are going to happen to make this suitable for elementary. Whatever they need, like that, come back to us with a exact amount or a better estimate. I don't see giving them that yet in this budget. So,
It makes sense.
and that's not recommended by Amber anyway, but that's something I think they could come back to us for down the road, or put in next year's budget when we do have a plan. And I think they were pretty clear about they weren't going to put roofs on the school that might get closed or whatever. Although I feel like listening to Eddie talk about some of the things, we definitely don't want the schools to fall in disrepair, because I think that we as a county could utilize them for, like he said, a maker space or something. So we don't want to totally let everything fall into disrepair, but our schools sometimes I think look a lot worse than they are. They aesthetically there's something, but there's some pretty good bones in most of those schools. They'll hold up another year or two, but at the same time, just hope the boiler or something don't go out. My thoughts on capital.
Do capital running.
Yeah, I just want to verify that I'm reading this correctly. Amber, you recommended $2,750,000, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
For capital for the school system. And they were asking for $11,837,000.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Mhm.
They requested $11,837,560.
As the total.
Recommended $2,750,000.
Yes.
It was sort of like I said in the meeting with them, the elephant in the room. You know, they say they've got another study, like Keith was saying earlier, coming in August or something, or red study. I will agree with Commissioner Morris on one thing. It's sort of like they were asking for a certain amount of money. How can we promise them that amount of money when we don't know what's going to happen?
And I feel like they're fishing. Depends on how big a fish they catch is what they do, and I want hard facts. I want a minimum, and max. I saw the meeting when let's ask for the full amount. I remember that like it was yesterday. So that was the 11,837,560. So sure, we would love to give them everything they want, but and I'm not anti-school, for God's sakes. I got more kids and grandkids than anybody in here, I think. But this is serious. I mean, we don't need a wish list. We need hard, cold facts.
You got other thoughts, Ronnie?
Right now, personally, I could go with Amber's recommendation, $2,750,000. That's they were requesting $9 million more than that. But the problem is what I keep saying, and I think everybody understands, is the deal with the consolidation. Are they going to, see, we don't know. Can anybody in this room right now say, I know which schools they're going to close, I know which schools they're going to put together and make one school? I mean, I can't. Sonia, I don't know if you can. I can't.
But I think this Amber's suggestion here meets the immediate priorities, and I think this is a year that's all we can do. Is
And your thought?
No, I agree with what Commissioner Mendenhall said, and I agree with
Amber's recommendation with what the circumstances currently are.
My thought is I think I had a conversation with Dr. Rice about this, and he's about philosophical a month or 2 or 3 ago before we got into all this, I think. And given they didn't have a plan, he was just asking, give us enough to do all the normal stuff we would normally do, and then whatever else we need later, we'll define it after a plan's in place or whatever for any additional funds beyond that. I think your recommendation kind of meets that requirement, Amber, so I think I'd support your recommendation on it, on the capital. Alrighty. So that's school current expense and school capital outlay. You guys have other stuff that we want, you asked him a question, right, about the fund balance stuff. Did you already email it to him?
Yeah, I did email him. And I can step out and call down there if I don't get a response in the next little bit when we take a break or something.
Okay. And then, so the rest of our thing is just general budget discussion the rest of the day, so. Hopefully y'all want to take a break every hour or what, 2 hours?
Just
or
raise
what?
your hand, you'll be excused.
That might be the best way to do it.
Just go when you need to.
need to.
Yeah, okay. Then what, we're gonna eat like at 5 something, right?
About 5:15, it should be ready. Be here,
Okay.
yeah.
Question, if, talking about finance and the software for, finance and for, HR, you know, when we talked the other day about planning and how much in the dark ages they are, if we're gonna finance software for them, I think we might as well add their software to that too and finance it. Go ahead and get it. I mean, that's.
Timing would support that. Do they know what they're getting or?
They'd have to do a RFP. I mean, they know one they like, but.
Right, yeah, they'd have to put it.
And I was kind of watching Glenn back there with his, when you were asking questions, and he seemed to think that it wouldn't be a problem to implement. I mean, because they're different departments. I guess you would have different people coming in to work with that department with the software, so it wouldn't be. They're not integrated with finance and payroll and HR. So, and I'm sure whatever company they selected would send their people to educate.
9 times out of 10,
train.
that's the case.
Yeah.
And they're not going to flip the switch. When we switched, they had a trial weekend before they didn't. When they weren't about to shut down a company or a government. Am I saying this wrong, Lisa? Will there be a trial? I mean, y'all just not going to come in on
You'll
Monday
have
and
to
flip
run
the switch.
both for a little
Dual,
while.
we'll have to run dual.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be a long weekend.
And as far as
Would that add to the budget total though if we did their software?
Yeah, it would add to the budget total, but you'd have the revenues there if because we haven't changed the for like the.
He's putting together for me how much it's going to jack the prices to pay for itself.
like to increase the fees.
Right.
Yeah, which he needs to do that.
And that's, even with the increase that we approved, it's not enough, not in my opinion.
Yeah, I think if we increase the fees, that would take some of that, ease some of that burden of how to pay for it.
Amber, I just want to make sure too that on that IT budget that we've got enough in there for hardware too, because it's, software, of course, is very important, but even, especially in our particular instance here in Stokes County, since our IT has not kept up with the current trend and technology, we have to make sure that Glenn has the money for needed hardware.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that.
Okay. I can double check with him. My understanding is the amount of money we have in there.
No.
That should be enough. I mean, he can repurpose a
Might wanna
lot of that
check.
if needed, but I will double check with him. The only
Double check to make sure.
I will. And the only IT thing I know we will need to add in there is what we talked about at the last budget work session with the sheriff's department, where that number that they had requested did not include the server for their software. If y'all end up putting that in there, so we'll just need to add that amount back in there, which should be about $30,000.
Does his number also include the increased bandwidth he said that we needed to bring into the building?
It should. I haven't spoken with him today specifically about it, but I have talked with him in the past about it, and it should be enough. But I'll discuss it with him just to make sure.
I think that's one of the most important things is getting the bandwidth increased before so you can do all this other stuff that we're talking about.
I mean, 'cause something may have changed since I last spoke with him, but I will double check to make sure.
I think some of the issues with the bandwidth will take care of itself. We just take away some of the, I guess, some people here call it protection for the IT system, and then other people identify it as it's a hindrance of stopping information to come in. So actually, you'll probably save some money because you have to pay money for these firewalls that go off of words, and it just goes away, and you don't even, it's trying to get to you. If it says a word that it's been programmed not to let that email come through, you're not even alerted to say that, hey, this came through. So I think that we just need to make sure that everything that IT needs to move forward needs to be in this budget. we can't, the county as a whole is not gonna be able to move forward if IT is not fully funded.
I agree.
It's the foundation basically for all the other improvements. And I think he had already got a quote from River Street, and they were already able to double the bandwidth or do something.
Yeah, I know he's working on it.
Do something.
He's working on it. There's kind of a
Question that I'm not sure if I can ask in open session about personnel in IT, as far as openings that might be forthcoming and things that could happen that might save us some money. But I don't know that I can talk about that. You understand?
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
So you don't have a question?
I guess not. Not in open. Guess we're gonna talk about
We can do a closed
personnel.
session Monday if you want to.
Okay.
I got some concerns about this courthouse
Okay.
I-
It's your turn then.
I want to put the pressure on. I want the test drill, and this unit price on rock ain't gonna get it. I mean, you got to add it, but I want a rough idea of what they're gonna run into. They could spend $1 million on moving rock, and the basic logic in the construction business, you do test boards, and you know what you're up against. I don't see why he didn't have that at the last time he come in front of us, and I'm not criticizing. He does great work, but also. Ain't nothing slowing down in North Carolina.
Crazy.
I mean, a little house, I think it's 14 to 1,300 square feet, built in 1960, 1.4 acres, just went in sale in our neighborhood, and they're asking $174,000. And the driveway was full this weekend with people looking at it. You know where I'm talking about too, don't you?
Next reval ought to be a dude. God, we ain't dealing with that now. I won't bring that back up.
I'll do that again. But I know they reach out to do rough budgets, but
They have some experience in building things around the campus here with rock, and it's always been an issue, so they
well, I know that.
they have it
It's not gonna go away, but
better than normal, hopefully.
Dr. Jones and Lynette should be coming in the next little bit.
Oh, okay.
were they watching?
They didn't say, so I don't know. I emailed Dr. Rice and he forwarded the email to them. So he must be out of the office today.
They probably got us on the big TV.
One of the things along the line, since you mentioned the courthouse, and there's other things that go with it, but I mentioned earlier, I'd like for us to have a budget policy in the future of we get these unfunded mandates that we have no option but to do it, that we just pass that to the taxpayer immediately. That's one way of kind of keeping the revenue caught up with the expenses that we have.
So I'm assuming that nobody from the courthouse came to the previous board saying, hey, in the next 4 or 5 years or something, we probably need to do this or do that.
No.
Yeah.
I was only here part of that time, but no, not while I've been on here. And even the meetings I attended before, I didn't hear nothing about the courthouse edition.
Yeah.
It was kind of
Wasn't
like,
brought
bam.
up until,
So y'all were just blindsided?
yes. We had a meeting. Angela Puckett came to the meeting. And I think maybe Tom Langdon.
I think it was, not Tom, but, having such a hard time.
Yeah.
Southern, Judge Southern.
Bill Southern,
Yeah.
been Bill. But they came up here and
There's no way to buy time on this.
we didn't even know, I didn't even
That's
have any
now
idea
because
this
there's
was going.
no
And
way
they
to
were
go
gonna
with
come up here and say that we were gonna have to have security upgrades and redo the whole courthouse. And you know, like, because it was one jury room, only having certain jury rooms, we needed another jury room and all the things we needed for security and safety, and it just hit us out of the blood. And she said there were, and Rick, did you ask her, was that optional? And her answer was no. I can remember.
I'm not questioning their need because I met my granddaughter over here. She had to get fingerprinted on a Monday. Holy cow, that place was a zoo. I don't think they had anything big court going on. I mean, I'm talking about the sheriff's office alone. I mean, my heart's out to them.
It just, you know, small things come up. So, you know, pipes break, cars go down, put a $10 million upgrade. And you just come in and just say,
Hey, by the way,
I just have a problem with that, but I really can't say anything because, I mean, we don't do it ourselves. I mean, it's just, we got to have a vision of a strategic plan and kind of how we, you know what's coming up and what we want Stokes County to look like and the things that we need to be efficient. But unfortunately, it's just like right now we're in it's a tight budget year, and there's really no fat to cut unless we want to start laying people off. And good Lord, if we lay some people off some departments, it'd be one person sitting there at the desk. I mean, it's just we've just went. There's nothing left. So last year we didn't raise the tax rate, but it was a tax increase. I mean, let's just, you know,
We didn't raise it, but it was a tax increase.
right. We did not raise the tax rate for the 9th consecutive year. So then, but we did, you know, we didn't go revenue neutral. We didn't drop down any points. We just let the reevaluation and the additional income come. And I don't have a problem with that. I had a problem with, you should have been honest.
build the next one.
Yeah, you know, you say, hey, you know, this is what it is. But so then, but even with the ARPA money, think of the situation we'd be in right now if we didn't get that ARPA money.
Oh, yeah, that was
Yeah,
$8 million.
we'd be in a mess. I mean, we're,
Yeah.
it was
Bigger
really
mess of a
bad.
mess.
Yeah.
And then even with all that stuff, I mean, Amber laid it out, like from what, 2017 up till the current budget, we still take out of our reserve fund to balance the budget. So I was trying to save, you know, a little bit towards the end, but I'm just gonna be honest with you, because I do not believe in kicking the can down the road, kicking the can down the road, kicking the can down the road, kicking the can down the road. And I said, when I got sworn in on December 1st, and then when we had those work sessions, I knew that Stokes County was behind a little bit. I mean, but once I got on this side of the podium and sat and listened to every single department that we have come and explain their operation to us, and then how they had to do payroll. It's breathtaking.
They're amazing people. I knew they were good, but they're absolutely amazing to keep this place going.
And then, but, and I can't, I mean, you can't, I can't go back in time. It's just like what we're doing right now. 10 years from now, they look back at what we did or didn't do. I mean, we can't tell the future, but gosh darn it, I mean, some things we can tell, and we know certain things. It's like I always tell my wife at home with the budget, here's the deal. 2 things have to happen if you want something special. You either increase the revenue or you find cuts to fund it, to move it somewhere else, to spend it. You can't keep taking money out of your savings account every single year, and then you don't even keep up the maintenance of the schools. You don't keep up the maintenance of our buildings. We don't have technology. Everything is pencil and paper. Nothing talks to one another. We consider a full-time employee to be, 37 and a half hours or something like that? I don't think anybody even here knows why we ever did that. Why do you do 37 and a half hours a week?
Incentive.
Oh, no.
Reduce.
Why? It's
I
just,
guess. I don't know why you
it's
do it
just-
other than that.
and then, okay,
Go ask somebody who's been here longer than me.
okay, and then we, and then so then we sat here and we listen, going through this budget, and I'll just tell you.
We're gonna get out of our mind.
So I listened to the sheriff, I listened to our EMS director, I listened to the volunteer fire departments, I listened to the fire chief of King, who came on behalf of the King City Council, all asking, either, for tax increases, all asking for personnel, and then, I'm kind of involved with the volunteer fire department stuff because, I took an interest early on, and so we'll start with the fire department. During the day, and it's not just here, but we live here, so we can't just say, well, it's everywhere else too. We live here. During the day, during the week, when a fire call comes in or a rescue call comes in, we got a problem. And everybody is saying it. And people have been saying it for at least the past couple of years that I can backtrack it to. So, when is enough enough? We're going to wait until something happens and someone loses their life. And it's going to be tragic, kind of like what happened in Guilford County not here too long ago with DSS. And then we're all going to be sitting here going into closed session wanting to know what in the world. I know what in the world. Because we don't want to raise taxes. We brag on how many years straight that we don't have to raise taxes. But we're living in a crumbled down shack. And then we want to know why our kids are leaving. And I got to tell this story. So, my wife and I go out of country in March. We go out of the country, go to a resort, spend a lot of money. Again, I budgeted for it, but we spent it. Every single penny that we budget, we spent. So we're coming back. And it's about a 2-hour ride from the resort to an airport. Lo and behold, because my wife, she loves to talk to everybody, so she starts talking to some people in front, young people, really nice. So, hey, where y'all from? Oh, Westfield. So anyway, we're talking and everything, and then we say, well, where do you live now? Charlotte. Why you live in Charlotte? And then you just get the whole story. It's just because everyone's moving out. And then, we think, for the kids, the activities, this, and that. This is what I'm asking. When do we say that, number one, public safety is paramount? And I think, you talked to me about it, even the other night, the study you saw. Public safety is paramount. Well, let me think now. Just sheriff's office is public safety, volunteer fire departments are public safety. Communications, our dispatch center is public safety. And the one thing that runs through all that is IT. From even before that I was swore in, everybody that would talk to me would tell me about the issues with IT and the lack of proper structure, the lack of the ability to where if it's after 5 o'clock or anything, it's just dead in the water. If I listen to the fire chiefs, even with Ryan Clark standing there, there's so many things that could be done with the connectivity with the fire stations and our dispatch, but there's the connectivity of IT is not there. Like, cut and run reports. I mean, everything is so antiquated. Everything is so antiquated. And I know we can't fix everything at once. But my thing, what I'm willing to entertain is a tax increase. I mean, we can't continue to pull from our reserve fund, and we can't keep telling people, and that includes the fire service district. I think we need to do 2 cents. Most of the people that I've talked to would like a 2-cent increase on the fire service tax, and I agree with them. But here is the deal too, and here's the hard part that everyone has got to understand, because you have to have accountability. For goodness sakes, we don't even do performance evaluations here. That's insane.
We do now.
Well, yes, now. yes. But that's insane. And then you go to we give tax money to the volunteer fire departments now. And everything's on a contract, which I understand, and that's fairly common in North Carolina. But here's what's not common, is that we're not strict with accountability where the money's at. We got some fire stations that they got probably really nice fat fund balances. But you know what? We don't know. They have to do an audit, but they do an audit just kind of whatever they want to do. Every fire department does something different because you got umpteen fire chiefs. Everyone's got a sandbox. And I don't want to get into the cookie sales or the barbecue sales or anything. I want to get into the tax dollars, and I want to give them what they need to be safe and to keep us safe. And that's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So we're listening to the fire chiefs. They're asking that they need money. We know it's a problem. Nobody sitting up here can say that these fire chiefs are being not truthful or they're exaggerating. They're not. I cannot sit here and look them in the eye and say, I know we got a problem, but we're going to kick that can down the road till next year. And then we're going to look at increase the taxes. Well, you know what? We need to start increasing the taxes this year and go on from there. Because if you don't increase the taxes, if we can't start improving things now, for goodness sakes, if you can't do it for public safety, then what the heck can you do it for? We've got to start looking at the bigger picture. And I don't want to spend money needlessly. And I don't like my taxes being raised. But at the other hand, too, when I call 911, I want a professional person that answers, that knows, goes through the questioning process, gets the right ambulance, the right fire truck, and the right sheriff's deputy coming to my area. And I don't need it 2 hours away. We can't even get proper statistics, I don't think. We can't even get accurate stats. How many in this room are watching here in TV land? How many no residential break-ins have we had here in Stokes County in the past year, 2, 3, 4? You can't go to the state website and find it because there's 100 counties in North Carolina. There's only 2 counties that don't list crime rates. They're not reported. One is Stokes, and that's what I'm worried about. If we can't find the money, then we need to get out of the business. But you know what? Our state constitution, one of the things that the state says that each county has to do is the sheriff has to provide law enforcement. Now, the cities can give up law enforcement and walk away from it. In North Carolina, the sheriff has to provide that responsibility. So, when are we going to be responsible and sit down and figure out what we're going to do to make this county have a quality of life? We don't even have a parks department. We spend $120,000 a year for the YMCA to do what? I have no idea. But we give them $120,000. And then for the ball leagues and stuff like that for kids to play, it's they're 501Cs or they're private organizations where you get on a team. I mean, someone was talking about 2 weeks ago, they're talking about having splash pads in King or something like that. Good God, we can only have a park that we do. It upsets me that we're spending more time trying to find how to pinch pennies to get through another year when we need to be looking at this year, but as a foundation to get us to the next 10 years. And I don't know what it's going to take for people to realize that you've got to spend money. And I'm not talking about insane money, but you've got to be accountable. And yes, Rick, you're right. We're going to have performance evaluations beginning this year. But we have to make sure, and we need leaders. You can't, our department heads, I mean, off the top of my head, there's a lot of ways we can save money. I know. Look at the budget. But we need people that are leaders and in supervision and do the right thing and follow the policies so we do save money. Like with holiday time. You shouldn't let people save up 100 days or 200 days of holiday time. It should be 10, 11, whatever the board sets the policy at, that needs to be followed. But it's hard to do because then the people like the sheriff's office or EMS, they come back and they say, well, we got to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we don't have people that we can't let them off because we don't have enough people. Then, and this is what upsets me too. So, like when I asked the question of the IT director, because I'm looking at her budget, which is bare bone, but they didn't have any training funds. I thought it was an error. So I asked her, well, I heard it's another tight year with the county budget, so I don't even bother to put any money in there because we don't go nowhere anyway. She's she's doing the right. She's being authentic and truthful. But how sad is that our standard here in Stokes County is we don't train people. And we got to pay people if we want them to stay. We don't have to be the best, but we shouldn't be the lowest. And we got to recruit. It's great. It's great to say, well, I love Stokes County, love it to death. Been here 5 generations. Then on the other hand, it's when you say, well, why don't we do this, this, and this? I don't know, but it's always been that way. It's how we do it. What I want to do is do it right and make sure that the foundation is laid to where, because success is contagious. Once you start a little bit of success and you bring that standard up, it catches on. If you want to run an operation and run a ship that's leaking, and as long as you don't drown all the way, and we get by one more budget year, because Lord knows, I know next year when I come in, I want to read the manager's thing there and say, oh man, we've got 10 consecutive years. We haven't raised a penny in taxes. Wow. And then I got to sit up here and listen to the same volunteer fire chiefs say the same thing about during the day, something happened. We ain't got nobody to respond. We need to have some paid personnel. We need money. Well, they're not going to get the money until this board, at least 3 out of 5, will say we want to raise taxes. I will be quiet for 10 minutes.
Got to recharge.
I see our school official come in, so I'm going to shut up.
Brad's got a few questions, y'all. We're going to leave room.
Yeah, we raise taxes, and we need to have the framework in place to gather that accountability you're talking about. Otherwise, we'll be throwing a lot of money out there and it'll be wasted.
Well, let me, off the top of my head, here's some accountability. Number one, the manager will be responsible if the board, of course, the majority of the board says what happened. She's going to give an annual report. That's another thing. This place there is no responsibility account because no one does any reports. None. You don't know. So each department head, that's up to the manager. If the manager wants to pick everything out, this or that or this or that, but every year an annual report will come from each department. It will show what they did, the programs that are doing well, the programs that are doing bad, what they did with the personnel, what the program. That's an accountability. And we ask the sheriff. He's an elected official. If he doesn't want to give a report, or if he doesn't know what his crime is that's going on in the county, that's fine. But then I react accordingly. Then I don't. You don't need as many deputies then. We can set up an operation where we just call in. Because a lot of times that's all it's done anyway. A call comes in and the sheriff, they're too busy, they don't have enough people. You just get a phone call. Say, hey, let me talk to you on the phone. So we just need to decide what the standard is. And then we hold people accountable. How we hold people accountable is we don't give them the money. If we're not showing improvement and they're not showing what they're doing with the money, it goes somewhere else. Or you know what? We bring the tax rate back down to what we get, 31 cents per the $100, because the other 31 cents goes to the school system.
All right. So we don't waste the school folks' time. We are trying to figure out about this fund balance you guys have. And any amount that we can keep up here in our fund balance, we get credit for in our fund balance. If we fund you guys and it sits in your fund balance, we get no credit for it. So we're trying to figure out, I think, Lynette, you said you had 2 point whatever million. Right.
2.5 to 2.8.
Yeah, and my objective in previous life was always to keep you guys about 500,000 in your fund balance during each fiscal year to address emergencies, and then if you had bigger emergency than that, you'd come back to us. So I'm trying to understand, all of a sudden now you said there's 2.8 million or 2.5 or something.
At the end of the audit.
You come up if you look at the thing there.
At the end of the audit for last June, we had right at 2.4. So as for the budget that we're in this year, it does not look like that we're going to have to appropriate any of that fund balance to end June 30th of this year. So it's just gradually built up.
So you're carrying that much over?
Yes, it will be,
Right.
unless not knowing what's going to happen with the current request.
How much is it exactly? 2 point what?
I'm estimating between 2.5 and 2.8 with
Okay.
understanding, you hear the word estimate, because we still have a lot of invoices and things to come in
Okay, that's good.
yet to pay.
So you had that much fund balance from your audit at last year that
Yes, sir.
you carry over into this budget that we're working on now.
It's still there.
Okay.
We're not going to have to use that to balance. And at one time we were down 100, 200, 300,000. You know, that's kind of like you said. You mentioned you like 500,000. That is a little, makes you a little nervous. But I will say there's things that happen at the state level, federal level, that sometimes that you all do not even know about, that maybe was not in our budget, but we've been able to do, if it's a matching requirement, or just like we mentioned the other time, the pre-K teachers, we included them in a bonus. That cost us an additional almost $40,000. So there's been things when we do have that fund balance that we're able to do and be consistent,
Yeah.
counting with all of our employees, so, and without coming back up here. But you know, our board has not discussed the budget as far as any revisions of what's been sent to you all at this time. So I do not know their feelings on fund balance. I'm just giving you the information of what I know that we
that's
have.
fine.
Yeah.
Well, my question that started all this was that what if I took $2 more million, reduced you $2 more million beyond what Amber recommended?
Right.
And to require, so that we could keep that fund balance here and get ours up to an acceptable level. And then how much of that 2.8 do you really need to get through the next budget year? And you don't have to answer that if you
Well,
have
that's
to calculate.
okay. The fear that I have when you appropriate fund balance to balance a budget, as you all have discussed, is the fact that that will not be there in the future. If you use it up, let's say most of it this coming year. So it could be when we come back to you all, it might even make our request even higher because we do not have that. But I understand if you think it would help out for a year, that might be something that could be considered as far as appropriating part of the fund balance to help balance the budget.
Okay, so do you have, y'all jump in if I'm asking the wrong question here, but, I guess what I'm asking is, how much of that 2.8 you really need for this budget that you have on hand that if we kept it here instead of there, it would still be here. If you had an emergency, you could still come and ask for it, but once we transfer it down and it gets in your accounts, we get no credit for it on our fund balance.
And I guess
We're struggling with our
to
fund
answer your
balance.
question is going to depend on what this budget request for next year is going to look like, and how much of that we might have to pull to balance just to maintain and continue the services and programs that we currently have. So I think the key there is, what is it going to look like in your proposal for 23-24? And then we can determine how much we might have to use to help balance that. And the board decide things that they might be willing to do that. And again, I come back to the fact of we would need to be very careful and not budget things that's reoccurring. And if you look in that current expense budget, about 11 million of that is salaries and benefits and utilities and the debt on that facility. So there's some leeway that we could possibly use your fund balance. I'm not saying we cannot do that, but again, just keep in mind, I'm not sure what it would lead to down the road. That's my concern.
What I think what started us talking about this was Rick's question to Amber, or to the board, was taken Amber's request or taken Amber's recommendation, which was to fund you all with 15.8
The same,
is what she was talking about. And what Rick's talking about is taking an additional 2 million off of that. So then this board would only fund you 13.8. And what would that look like as far as what you would have to, so you only have 2.5 to 2.8 in your fund balance. So my point that I was trying to make was, if just looking at Amber's recommendation, that is a $2 million cut from what y'all need. So if we take 2 more million, then that's a $4 million cut from what you need,
What they requested
what you requested. But what?
versus what you need is maybe two different things.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, I didn't see a lot of new requests or a lot of additional. You said 11 point something was.
salaries and benefits, and again, that's unknown legislation. We estimated a 5% salary increase. I do not know what that's going to be. If it comes in to be some type of bonus versus a salary increase, of course, we would offset that toward a bonus. But
You could use that part of that fund balance to do the bonus or the whatever.
well, let's just say instead of a 5% salary increase, the legislation approved just a one-time bonus. So since we've got the 5% built in, we would shift code-wise and take that hopefully to offset the bonus pay, is what I was trying to say.
Okay.
Yeah. To answer your question, yes, if we had the 2 million fund balance, most of that would be needed to balance what she's saying if the Board of Education continued with their full request of what we've submitted up here. So to go back to 2 more million, then it would probably get into some program cuts and that kind of thing, because you're talking about $4 million. Yeah, that would be a concern. And you'd want to leave us something.
Program cuts or laying off teachers or?
Well, I can't say what the board's direction would be in that, but when you get into a $4 million cut, it would have to be something that we've been doing in the past. Most of our COVID or error money is, we have one PRC 181 that's still continuing on through September, and we've been able to, that's not a supplanting allotment. So we do have some funds there that we've really tried to help our local current expense request in the last couple of years, and use those monies for that. That's another concern we have. When some of these funds are gone, and we've tried not to employ a lot of employees with that, and those that have been understand when the money runs out, more than likely there would not be a job. But that's another concern we have. We use a lot of money for technology from these funds. So what happens to keep up with technology, which is things we needed to do, for example, where would we be when that runs out?
Like us.
So it's the same thing, you all been faced with that. So it's been good, and you get used to that, and then all of a sudden it disappears. And can you maintain then? So it's good to know you've got a little cushion on some of that with your fund balance if you needed to do that. But again, my concern about fund balance, and I'm not saying that some of it cannot be appropriated at all, that would be a Board of Education's decision, would be not using so much of it to balance because of what would happen the next year.
Well, let me ask, what if we, and this is not a question I don't think you can answer, but maybe you can give me your thought on it. So if we fund you at Amber's level and we don't keep any of it up here, are we likely to see a carryover at your next audit of 3 or 4 million fund
No,
balance?
you would not see a carryover.
How much would we
I think
see?
if you look in the budget, when I present a budget or Dr. Rice presents his budget, we work together on that. We don't try to pay it. And I think I mentioned that to you. If you look at the line items, if there's an item that we feel like we can decrease, we do that.
Yeah, I understand that, yeah.
So
I
it would
think
just
with-
depend on how you run for that year. And like I said, with the unknowns right now, until we get the state allotments and the legislation's approval, a lot's unknown as to how we will come out.
But we've given, like with this 840,000 of ARPA money we gave you last year, and money we've given you, it's allowed you to get to a $2.8 million fund balance, right?
Somewhere between 2.5, somewhere in that range,
2.5,
2.8, yes,
2.8.
sir.
where it used to be, we kept it around 500,000. That's why I can't get my
Right.
head straight on.
And, I mean, it's just what it is, and that's how we've gotten there, but that's, again, a decision that has to be made in order to balance the budget. And that would be whatever figure we get from you all, then we will meet with our board, and they'll have to decide if they're willing, how much fund balance they're willing to put in to balance it then.
It's not a bad thing to put in some of your reserve to balance the budget. I
Right.
mean, we've done that a lot of years where we
Right.
put it in, we didn't use any
And we
of
have
it.
too, in the
And we
past.
didn't use any
We've
of
done
it.
that, yeah.
About every
And then in some years, we didn't have it to do. A lot of times that's been the case as well too.
Okay.
But we've made it, and in my opinion, we've been successful, so that's the main thing. And we will continue to try to spend it wisely. I think that's something that has been our goal, and that will continue. But again, that would be something the board would have to approve. I can't tell you
Well,
how
My
much
issue
they'd
is
be
that,
willing to do.
once we park it down there,
Yeah.
with all this uncertainty about what y'all are gonna do with it or how much you're gonna need, we get no credit for it. And if it was parked here,
Yeah.
where you still could have access to it if you really had a big need, then we would get credit for it, so
And I think too.
I don't know how we resolve
It would
it.
need to be understood that, it might mean we would be coming back to you all if some things should appear during the year unexpected, that we might have to come back if the fund balance was not there.
Yeah.
That's another key factor everybody would need to remember. Yeah.
I know this would be speculation on y'all's part to answer this, but say if we do, if we agreed to fund you at the level that the county manager recommendation, which is a $2 million less than what y'all
Right.
requested, given that, do you think you'd have to allocate some of that fund balance to balance your budget this year? I mean,
I
it
do.
seems like, in my experience,
But I do.
yes, in my past experience as a board member, we always had to do that.
Some of it, but how
Some of
much,
it.
that's
Yeah,
the
some of
question.
it.
Some of
Yeah.
it, yeah. I don't know how much of it, but I think a $4 million cut from what your request is pretty devastating to your
It
budget
would be.
as far as
Yeah.
cuts to people. There's no way around it.
Well, yeah, I don't disagree with that, but then what about 1 million instead of 2? I mean, that's why I can't figure out this number.
I mean, when you say you can't figure out, explain.
I can't figure out, I want to keep some of it here for my fund balance. But because unfortunately, if the statute said I got credit for it, it's your place, I'd be fine with it, with you holding it. The minute you hold it, I don't get any credit for it. Even though you have perfectly legitimate process to come and ask for it later. So, I'm trying to figure out
I guess the
how
thing
much
about it
more I
is,
can
when it comes
withhold.
back up here, it's back to you all. It's not like that we have the freedom to spend it unless we do come back, because it would be back up here with you all unless it was designated for the school system. That would be a question I have. Or is it just going back into your budget and can be used for different departments then?
Yeah, just be in our general
Yeah.
fund, that's where we're trying to keep our
Yeah.
fund balance, to keep ourselves out
So really
of
it would
trouble.
be-
We just need
not-
a big savings account so we can go borrow money.
Basically.
Yeah, I mean,
So
we're trying
simple.
to build our fund balance up. We're gonna have to raise taxes to do part of it, but we're trying to build as much of it as we can. Because we got a bunch of debt to go into and all kind of things, and if it's on down at your place, we get no credit for it being in our part of our fund balance. So.
Anything you want to say?
No, and, the budget we presented was just to continue doing business as we currently are now. And so I think that our board, I can't speak for them, they want to continue at a minimum doing business how we've done it this past year. There's only $100,000 listed in there of new requests. And so I would speculate they would allocate a large portion to offset the difference between the manager's recommended budget, but I can't speak for them. Which would take a large portion of that fund balance.
A large portion of the 2.8.
Have
It would
to.
take two.
You would have to.
If they maintained their request that they submitted to you and didn't do any cutting, because it would be 2 million or so that would be coming up with based on the county manager's recommendation. Yeah.
based on the county manager's recommendation, and you're already gotta look at your budget that you presented us and cut 2 million out of it.
You'd have to appropriate part of your fund balance for that, yeah.
You're already gonna have to use it.
Unless, like I said, you ended up cutting programs.
Some of it.
Yeah, cut some things. And our board plans to meet, hopefully, once we hear a final figure in July, then, and we will try to go over that and have any recommendations at that time for them. Hoping we will hear something from the state, allotments as well during that time.
Yeah, that's, like you said earlier, the timing of this is all out of whack too. What the state does, it's just a.
I know, if we just knew the state figures before we even submitted the budget to you all, that would really help us
I don't know
too.
who the genius was that designed that system, you know. Really worked, trying to help us, I guess, one thing.
Yep.
Well, would that would, what would that represent, one of y'all people who do the money stuff? Like, if you, we were talking about, cutting out from what they requested, would that be about a 25% cut?
Well, I was doing the numbers earlier, and just what they requested this year versus what she recommended was already 1.9. So if she was talking about using part of that fund balance, it would take most of it, but I have to figure it out.
Well, if like he's talking about another couple million out of it, that's 3.9 from the request. That's got to be about a 25% reduction of the request.
It would worry me to do 4 million now.
I understand that.
That would make me panic a little bit.
I worked with you long enough to know that. For sure.
But it wouldn't make you retire. So.
I enjoy what I do.
No,
This is the fun
we
part.
just collectively, we gotta decide if we're gonna do any more than what Amber recommended, and I'm just grasping for a way
Yes,
to
sir.
figure
And I
that out that
understand.
doesn't hurt you really bad, but we're, you know, we're hurting ourselves by letting you keep more than you need.
And again, my statement to
We don't
that
have to raise
is,
taxes, you know, that's the other end of the stick here, you know.
just remember what it could do future. I mean, if we end up having to appropriate and you take, you know, some more from us or whatever, what would happen after this year? Where would we be, and how much would we have to come back and maybe ask you for? That, to me, is something that needs to be kept in mind, because anytime you do fund balance and you do it reoccurring, that's where you're headed for trouble down the road.
Yeah, we've already done that. We're experts at that. And so, and then we got 19 schools that's driving this big number that's gone up. I think I did a couple calculations. It's like since when I left here in 2018, the current expenses up, I think 34% over what it was then, if I remember, or either 24 or 34. It's just on that upward curve, and with the student numbers going down. So
Hopefully with, you know, the future and with more information and whatever the board decides and comes back to you all on some of this consolidation, hopefully that in the long run can help some with current expense when we get to that point.
yeah, that's what we've got. It's gotta happen. Absolutely has to happen. Otherwise,
It's all gonna be broke at the
we'd
same
be
time.
having this discussion in a whole different kind of context. It'd be like, I don't care how much you have to cut. I'm taking this. That'll be the future if we don't get a good plan out of you guys to.
And I
how we're
understand
going
your question
forward.
about fund balance. That doesn't bother me at all. I understand the questions, I do. And like I said, it's just been something that we've basically been able to build up over the last
I
few
think
years. And
that's-
most school systems have that, you know.
Yeah,
We're not,
but, yeah, you're not. That's
No.
what I'm saying. If you look at what some of these other counties have in their fund balance, it's totally not out of the
No.
question to have several $1 million in fund balance.
and when we get our audit report, they report, you know, that's a good thing to see that you're working and have increased your fund balance. So that's usually a positive comment from our auditors as well. But again, I do understand the questions about it, and
Okay.
I think
that's
it
why
just
we
shows
wanted
you
to.
do a good job and you take your job very seriously. And I've always said if I could just let her have my checkbook, I think I'd be in a lot better shape.
Oh, I know. I have 1,000% confidence in Lynette, what Lynette
We're not
knows.
trying to hide it. I mean,
No.
you know, it's
All right,
public knowledge
it's-
and it's there, and like I said, we'll have a lot of discussion about it, I'm sure, with the board.
Dr. Jones, what percentage of your school ADM is identified as EC these days? I know it was pretty high when I was on school board, and I don't know if you know that.
No, we just had a conversation, and it's in my mind.
But the state.
I don't want to misspeak on record, so I can get back to you and let you know that.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'm just curious because we were talking about earlier how that drives so much of what's behind the scenes is because I know ours has always been higher than the state, and they have an average, and that's what they fund, and anything above that we have to come up with. Or
I think we were 2 or 3% above the state average at one time, but I can't say today what we are. I can
Yeah,
find that out. I mean,
but I think people don't realize how expensive that can be.
No,
Those programs.
a pure example of that would be the transporting of our yellow buses. And, you know, when the state come along, that everybody would make at least $15 an hour. So you will see that our budget actually increased for yellow buses. I think we went from 500,000 to 700,000. And we will be spending $700,000 this year from local dollars, which doesn't seem fair if the state mandates that you provide transportation. So some of mandates like that hurt us locally. And that's just a pure example that,
Yeah, we know about them too.
yep, that we have to, try to balance back to.
And then you actually save money by the state of your efficiency, but then the efficiency that you have to come up with is what all these parents complain about because their kids have to get up and get on a bus before 6 o'clock in the morning and stuff.
So it's
ridiculous.
all ties in.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. Did you figure out what? 23% cut. I don't know if our other departments that we fund are getting 23% cut, but from their request, but maybe they are. I don't know.
What is we went through this period where Obama gave us a bunch of money, and you guys got a really big fund balance at one time. I think. I mean, back I don't remember the years or whatever. What's the history of that? What's the history of that carryover fund balance you've had?
Don't have carryover. The fund balance that we're talking about couldn't be anything to do with those funds because most of those were federal funds.
Yeah, they
But
were all
what we
federal.
have-
All federal funds.
Now, what
yeah.
we have is we're estimating between the 2.5, 2.8. That's from our county foreign expense budget. Nothing to do with it. Helped us to be able to have those funds to shift some things to help build that up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they gave you the ability to do it, even though they didn't do it directly.
We received in the very beginning, we received some state dollars, and then the federal came. Among it all, it was like $18 million. And a lot of that's already, done dispersed, and we've expended that. But most of that was very restricted. You had to spend it according to the codes that was allowable. It was supplanting issues. We only had one, and that's the one that will run out next September, that we've had a little bit of flexibility and did not have to worry about supplanting. And in those cases, we have tried to do some shifting to try to help us with our local. So that's how we've tried to do that. Most of those funds will be running out by September 24, and a lot of them will run out in September of 23. So
You're talking about the American Rescue.
American Rescue, there's different ones there's different titles for them. That's part of it. Yes, sir.
Since COVID came in.
Yes, sir. Yeah. And we've not actually had our audit yet. Sometimes I think we would have been better off because in the beginning it was easier to clarify your expenditures because everything that we've had to do with those funds had to be COVID related. But we will be audited with those funds probably within the next year or the 2 years. And they say that is really very strict. And a lot of counties have had to refund thousands of dollars as a result of the audit because they are very strict with it. And that's another thing. We have tried to stay within the guidelines to hope that will not happen to us when we are audited. I hope I've helped you. I don't know that I have.
Yeah, you've answered every one of my questions, so I still don't know how much. I have this gut feel.
Surely not. Somebody else speak up on that.
I've already spoke up on that.
I was trying to think of what the fund balance has been historically and everything, and it just seems like all of a sudden we got a really big one sitting there again. And it seemed like we've had a couple of attempts to kind of keep it at a lower level, but now it's sitting there and
Well, I mean, I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I'm just saying that if
do either one, whatever.
well, no, I mean, what I'm saying though is, I mean, the part of the reason, correct me if I'm wrong, Amber, but, because again, I'm a little bit new to the school stuff, but, so, with that 31 cents per $100 of the tax rate that we give straight out to the school system,
Does that include the 4-cent tax?
Not,
That's not
there's
included.
31 cent, not including the 4 cent.
Okay. All right.
and then, so, we always do conservative estimates, which which I totally agree with. But probably the majority of the time, those conservative estimates are conservative, so actually more money comes in to that fund, right? That should go to schools, but it hits our account first, right? So what you could do is when the money comes in that is over what we had planned to go to the schools, you keep until their fund balance comes down a little bit, and then if they need some, then we can shift it over.
Okay, is that true for current expense?
We did that in capital, until
That's
this.
in capital, I know, but
we
for
did.
current expense, do we have,
It's
would
the
that
same thing
work?
we were talking about. We have that fund balance here for them, and current
That was in
as
the
current as
audit.
well. Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, that's
capital.
good. Yeah.
Which 500,000 is appropriated in your recommendation.
Yeah.
So that leaves what? Not much of anything.
Saying 500,000 of the fund balance from
From
the
here.
county, not from
Well,
us.
from the one we have here for y'all, which is technically general fund money,
Yes.
but we just keep it in that separate
Right.
account. Because as of, per my budget message, as of June 22, the auditors reported them having $539,066 in their current expense fund balance here. So I just reappropriated 500,000 of that in the recommended to make up for that gap a little bit.
Okay.
Because the 31 cents was only going to bring in like 15 million, like 15.3 for example, and that 500,000 got it up to the 15.8. If that makes sense.
So we should probably do that anyway, but it won't help us balance in this budget though, will it?
No,
Unless you
yeah.
make another assumption or something on that revenue. Is that a revenue, do you do a revenue assumption on that money that goes into that fund balance that we keep here?
No, we haven't guesstimated how much we're going to have in the fund balance because we don't know how much we've collected over it yet. Like per the auditors, we just use the money that was reported in the audit.
And it
that
comes
we had
from
there.
sales tax, right, is where it comes
Not
from?
for current expense. Current expense comes from the property tax.
Oh, from property tax,
Mhm.
okay.
But then capital outlay comes from the sales tax.
Yeah,
Those two articles.
okay. Well, sales tax is trending down the last month or two. But,
Comes from Article 40 and Article 42.
Yes, sir. Yes.
okay, I don't guess I can probe any deeper without asking you to speculate beyond what's fair, so.
If you have any questions, I'm more willing to try to help you all, and
We just have
let me
to,
know, and
if we want to take any more, we'll keep it up here, we'll just have to make a guess, I guess.
I guess if you're gonna cut 4 million, we might have to come back.
I think you talked us out of 4 at least.
Well, maybe it's worth my trip then to come up here together.
No, I'll have to get everybody else's
I want
opinion.
people gathered around out here, lined up down the sidewalk like we had.
Yes, we did.
That's what we want to avoid.
But thank you at the same time for giving us an opportunity to try to answer your questions, and
My point was, even given what Amber's recommendation was, you will still have to appropriate from that fund balance to balance your budget. There's no way around it.
Some amount,
Some
yeah,
amount.
the question is how
I
much.
think that's true. Yeah.
How much would they have to appropriate? If we knew that, then we could leave them 500,000 in addition to that and keep the rest up here, but it's all a guess. Because the system requires us to guess at it, basically, I guess. doesn't it?
I mean, it is. It's a guessing game. Thank you. I appreciate
You're welcome.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
y'all.
y'all for coming up.
Yeah,
Y'all have
we appreciate it.
Yeah, do y'all have any other questions before they leave about anything
If you
else?
have more questions, feel free to contact us. We can try our best.
Well, we can get this all done either today or by Monday next week, so we'll
Run.
keep,
I
keep
think
you on
the
the
key-
speed dial.
I think the key right here is that Lynette and Dr. Jones do not make the final decisions on how the money is spent.
That's why I'm not pressing them any harder.
It's the 5 Board of Education members and the superintendent, they talk
Right.
and everything. They try to gather together the information of what they can put where, and with Dr. Jones being the assistant, and the finance director, what they can't answer a lot of the questions that you would probably want to know the answer to right now, because that's going to come back to the 5 board members.
Yeah.
I just think historically speaking, you can look and see that that fund balance will have to be allocated. Like Rick said, we don't know exactly how much, but we do know if it was a $4 million cut, that would be a very detrimental thing to programs and people. You don't have enough fund balance to make that work, for sure.
Okay.
We'll be happy to come back up and just do later on or Monday, whatever you need us, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Might
you.
take you up on that.
Thank you.
Just call. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
We get a break.
Yeah, let's
10
take-
minutes or something.
Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break.
Sounds good.
Call our recess over and back to regular order. I guess what the next thing is just to go back to the school stuff. I think we're kind of okay on what the capital is, and we got to decide if we're going to reduce Amber's recommendation anymore. And if so, what's the number we think is safe based on what Lynette told us and everything, so.
Am I right? I thought out of 5 comments, 4 was on with Amber. Am I right? Am my memory right? Agreed with what she said?
I said that I thought Amber had presented a number.
You mentioned.
I mentioned increasing Amber's by a few, but now if I can just, I'm just gonna hold my ground on Amber's.
Now it's unanimous.
I'd reduce them
Throw the
about-
next card down.
I think I'd reduce them $500,000 more.
I think we just let it stay as is.
Okay.
That's what I think. Let it stay as is. Go with your recommended budget and let it stay.
Okay.
Which would be the
What we were.
I think that equals 3 people, so we need not discuss that any further.
You know how to count.
Back to Brad's.
I'm sorry, what was your final current expense number down, so I'll know exactly where we're at?
$15,888,048.
So, 15,888,048,
Yes, sir.
and we're saying we're all in agreement to stay with that number.
3 of us are.
And that includes the.
Okay.
4 of us.
Well, I had said to give them about 250,000 more, but now I'm saying I can be agreed to.
And I do want to note that number I gave you that includes the money for Poplar Springs, the $90,505.
It won't cause me to vote against the budget. I'm just.
So we got more. More. Okay.
You'll have 5 on the budget approval for that. But
Did we ever make a decision, or talk any, or make a decision? Because I was, and certainly, once again, ever how many wants to do it, not on. I was against the voting machines that Jason Perry asked for, because Jason said there really wasn't any problem at the last election with what we had. Yeah, I mean, what's y'all's feelings on that?
I'd like to get them because they're. Yeah, they don't use the other ones very much, but they're the other ones are heavy and hard to carry around the hall, and the technology on them, the new ones are just make it really easy for the person to vote, and compared to what the old ones are, they're just, I mean, it's like a horse and buggy compared to a car. How much are they? I don't remember.
Oh gosh,
82,000.
Won't be the end of the world if we don't buy them, but at some point I think we should.
You know what makes me sick is he had a chance with some free money with him.
For that, to support that, because it was a grant. But I went down to the Board of Elections and actually took time to see how they worked, and no, I said he should buy them because they were just to replace the handicapped ones.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
I
it
think
wasn't
I
like
think
they
all that
used them
got
for
confused.
everybody. I think it was right during that time when all that election fraud stuff was
Yeah.
big, and there was some thought that it could be manipulated, but
Everybody was afraid of Cooper money.
it wasn't that. It was for people who are blind, you know, that need Braille, or it was
It's basically getting to use a computer kind of instead of a typewriter, old typewriter.
What is the
And it lets you go back and review what you voted on before you send it in, and gives you a printed copy of it and everything. So
what's the lead time on them?
I don't think there's that much lead time. But I guess the issue is the other ones are going to get where you can't repair them. They're so out of date to repair parts. I mean, that's kind of the reason one of the reasons we replaced all the other ones, the regular ones.
How many was he trying to?
Has to have one for each precinct.
Precinct, that's when it gets.
It was for a total of $80,000 for all of them?
No.
I mean, it is now. That's what it is now, I think, isn't it? Or-
He put it in the budget. He put it in the budget for 82,000 for the ones he requested.
Yeah,
That's just the
82.
ADA ones.
I think it's each.
Yeah.
What about we do half? Is that stupid?
No, I don't think so.
About
I don't
half? I mean, get the other half next week.
I already asked him if there was any chance of getting another grant like we did, and he didn't think so anytime soon, so.
So it's because of the national awareness element, election fraud.
They just make it really easy for the special need person to vote, and then they make it much easier for the
Well, if there's a
people that
potential,
have to handle the machines.
If there's a potential, we might could get a grant if the grants manager gets approved. I mean, that's something that person could look at. I mean, if you wanted to wait till next year,
Yeah, we could do that.
I mean, that's up to y'all. I mean, if there's a possibility, like you said, Jason, probably not, but if
I'd be
there's
okay
a
with that.
slim chance,
Just make sure we have them look at it.
just get that person to work with Jason.
Just out of curiosity, I'm gonna be real interested to go see how much of that fund balance gets appropriated by the school board.
We'll be here all week unless you move on.
We'll be checking on that.
Usually they do it again.
Okay. So, one quick thing, Amber, so without reducing the school board, then what's our fund balance at now on your little chart you went over?
It's about the 12.8.
12.8.
Yeah. If you finance the animal shelter, the software, and then do the 1.1 from broadband and move that back into the general fund.
That gets it to 12.8 or say about 15%.
Yeah, approximately.
And so we,
What have we got to do to get it back up around 15 or 16%?
Yeah.
raise taxes 4 cents. Or,
Yeah, I mean, let's see, 13, 15.
that's one of my questions I actually wrote down on the,
Well,
my sheet.
for every
Do you,
percentage point, it's about $500,000, so I
Yeah,
mean,
what is
about 2 million.
I wrote one of my questions was, do you want to use the tax increase this year to fill the gap on the fund balance? So,
I do.
okay. And then we have to decide exactly what fund balance we want also. So we know how much. On your comments earlier, I would say I agree with what you're saying, and the one thing we have to watch is we have to have what you're talking about is really complicated to do because it's not just one place. It's like everybody. You got to have a process in place to gain that accountability, and you're going to give the money first, and then the accountability is going to follow because we don't have that framework in place yet to get all that accountability.
Well,
So
you're talking about
there's
like
a little
for
risk associated with that.
well, so if you're talking about for the fire departments,
I'm just thinking across the board that everybody's got a different way of holding them accountable.
right?
And so we gotta, I don't know whether that's an agenda item for a regular meeting or you were talking about annual reports. We gotta come up with whatever that process is for
Right.
holding them accountable
Right,
so that
yeah,
we can
so-
show the taxpayer that we're doing it.
I know where I come from. You know, every year I had to go in front of the manager to, you know, number one, a report that showed all of our statistics, any kind of new programs that what we did, are they working and not working. Everything had a value to it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where the manager, our manager would come in, that would meet with, you know, the department heads, and also, you know, they would have to give a report, and she would have to give a report to us. And if the expectations aren't met, then, you know, we pull the funding. We don't fund the program. And if the department heads can't stay within an overtime budget without some kind of really highly unusual emergency or situation that would rise within the department, then, you know, that department is not going to get a raise. I mean, it's not running the performance evaluation is not running the department right. There's something there.
Well, in my career field before local government, I was a program manager for several different systems, and we had a thing called the quarterly program review, where whoever I was funding had to come quarterly and report. So maybe we need to think of something like that or whatever.
Do that.
We got to do that part along with the tax increase, like
Well, no,
fairly quick.
I mean,
you know?
I understand, but the main thing too, and I think we've already made this very clear, is that, you know, when we have issues, you know, with the county departments and so forth, you know, we hold. She's the manager, right? We hold her accountable,
Mm-hmm.
and she needs to figure out what's going on, or what needs to be better, or what needs to be, needs to be changed. But I don't have a problem with a quarterly review, but I know that, you know, at the bare minimum, it has to be an annual report that has to be generated.
We need to actually get together.
I agree, except the quarterly's too much. You should do it mid-year.
I mean,
I mean, you don't get one done and you gotta do another one. I mean, 3 months goes by quick.
Richard Brim, I mean, he keeps us updated pretty
right.
regularly. Brandon does. I mean, there's some that do that more.
Oh, in the program management business, you develop a set of standard charts, and you brief those same charts at every quarterly review most of the time, unless you happen to add one or two or something. But so when you have a set of standard reporting, it's not as hard to do it more often. Because all you're doing is updating it basically after you put the basic package together. But quarterly may be, for this environment, quarterly may be too often. 6 months might be too long.
Keep in mind, if we ain't giving them the money and the tools to do what they're supposed to be doing, we're setting them up to fail.
So,
I mean, we mainly just want them to do, with what we do approve, we want to make sure they're doing what they said they were going to do, what we approved.
one thing where we might could save a little bit this budget is if we're talking what Eddie briefed us on about the economic development position for this year's budget.
Mm-hmm.
That's not much, but it'd be a little bit.
A little bit helps. We're trying to, what is the fund balance that you guys want to get to for this year?
8. I'm joking.
I hope I did a job.
Well, if you got 9, you wouldn't get a letter, so. But it just means you gotta do that much more next year. That's why I'm just thinking of this as we need to
Well,
think of this as a 2-year budget, what we're gonna do this year and next year, especially on taxes, and give people a heads up.
Can we get it to 15?
I could live with 15 this year, but like you say, you gotta think about next year too.
Oh, I'm kind of for, if we can somehow make this not happen this year to tax and start warning them. I mean, what are they going to do? Take us out one by one? I mean, it's just the hard facts.
I get it now. I get nothing.
But
I'm sort of sort of that way too with Keith, and don't take any offense.
Oh, no, we all got our opinions.
I'd like to not raise taxes this year. No tax raise. And everybody, with everybody shaking their head at 15, or they'd like to get around 15% fund balance.
What are we at now without this taking the school reduction was recommended?
12.8. We're doing those three things.
So what do we got to do to get, how much more money is that then? Another,
1.5 million.
Yeah, it's about 1.5.
So 1.5 million.
where did that come from? Ain't nowhere else left that I'm aware of. I don't know how you get to 15 without raising taxes.
I say start laying off people. If you don't want to raise taxes, let's just go down the roster and see what departments so we can start laying off people.
Well, I mean, I hate to say it, I've had to do it as a
Well, then you should have experience at it, and you can help us guide through who you want to lay off.
I mean, it's never fun to tell somebody they don't have a job. But I have had to do it.
How are we gonna do all these services if we lay people off?
In your back.
Well, I make him live with 14% then.
I will say, Tracy, and if you'll help remind me how much it is again, but there is some money in capital reserve that has been there over the past several years that we could move back to the general fund if we wanted to, because some of it has not been touched and we can move back. Now, some of it, like registered deeds, we have to keep there in that capital reserve account for that department, but there is some that we have that hasn't been touched in a while that we could move back to the general fund. And I apologize, I'm just now remembering this. Tracy just reminded me of this morning.
330. This is not
How,
restricted. It's about 330.
It's been
how
set,
does that happen?
well, it's been set aside over
This is my
over
first
the
year,
years.
so I'm gonna ask
Set
stupid
aside for
questions.
emergencies, basically.
Yeah.
For like capital project, yeah, emergency, or some of it has been moved for projects that maybe never took place.
Is this
or
kind of
didn't
like
happen.
what I'm going through? Mom's got money in the vegetable bin.
It could.
Keep you right on target.
That's kind of what we found, Grandma's vegetable bin money.
Or it was appropriated for a purpose at some point, but maybe somebody just didn't spend it and the transition happened and they didn't know it was there, so then it's just sitting there, and you know what I mean?
For all
So-
the crooks watching, it's not there now.
Well, I mean, if you do that, you'll have to budget amendment if the big HVAC falls that you had, it fails that you had it in there for, right? So that's what it was. Most of that is what for like buildings or Stewart's area, is it, or is it other
But
places?
we haven't taken a lot out of it recently. I know that one of Stewart's HVAC things was going to be taken out of that. One of the ones that we didn't fund in the budget because we knew we could cover it with what was in there.
Okay.
So we could just, can you remind me of how much that was?
What was that?
The 330,000?
What did you ask?
How much around estimated we could move from capital
That's
reserve?
the 330 that Lisa, yeah.
Okay.
So if we move the 330 and the couple positions that we've talked about, but not any names, one of which is the economic development director that we got an interim.
And we're not going, we have an interim and we're not going to fund the full position this year.
Right.
We already know
I don't
that.
think we can afford it.
Right, so
Yeah.
that would,
We could just move a portion of that money back.
how much is that was set aside for that position?
For the economic development director?
I'm just saying, we
While
probably,
you're looking that up, I got a question. When is the reevaluation?
More years, right?
25.
Oh,
I don't think we can tread water that long.
yeah.
was it about
That's
eight?
just, especially Brad's going back to revenue neutral.
Right.
Hey Brad, I'm picking at you, but if you keep preaching, I'm gonna pass the offering plate.
It was 80,000.
I believe it would be about
Around
it'd be about
80,000.
80,000, give or take. If we didn't fund the economic development director position, it would be
For
about
this year,
80,000.
for this year, we'll say. we're not talking about abolishing it,
Right.
we're just not gonna fund it.
Yeah, it would be that. I can get you the exact breakdown, but I don't.
We're around 500,000 then. So but we're still short $1 million.
We're good until when? End of the year,
For what?
fiscal year, or
Good.
I went blank.
Eddie?
Thank you. when does he?
Well, we
To my knowledge, there hadn't been an end date given in an
Okay.
open public session, so I don't know. He hasn't given a
What
notice
was
or
his
anything of the
contract?
sort.
Not to exceed a year, I think.
Yes,
to
that,
exceed it.
yes,
Okay.
that was a part of the contract.
Exactly.
Yes.
Not to exceed a year was what it was.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's 80K and 330. That almost gets you a point back on it, right? Almost.
That puts you about 13.8. Are we gonna try to go to the LGC this year for?
No, I don't think we can make it this year. Y'all?
I don't.
I think we make for
I
any
don't
deposit
think so.
this year.
I don't think there's anyone.
Between now and January, no.
There's too much involved in that. Really, all of these projects are gonna fall to the next calendar year for sure, maybe next fiscal year. Time to get, I mean, you might get one of them before the end of this fiscal year through the LGC, but
Maybe.
I think so.
Well, at least we'll know what they're going to cost us. Because we can still get bids, correct?
I guess the first thing, I don't know if it'd be the court, but we're talking about doing an animal shelter first, then the courthouse next. Through the LGC. Do that test run on the LGC with the animal shelter.
What did the courthouse file? What was file number on the courthouse?
I
Was
thought
it
it
nine?
was 8 something.
You did 500K more. You
It
added
did
to
eight. It was eight.
8.5, yeah, 8.5.
8.5, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I think it's
But
gonna end up
I
being.
saw somewhere that it was in one of these books. It was 9.2.
Well, the reason for that may be is that extra stuff that was presented, like the buller and all the new equipment that we'd have to do. I don't remember exactly how much that was, but that would be an additional.
So would it be 8.5 or 9.2? Because I've seen 9.2.
I don't think there's
Well, I
no way to know till he presents us with the different plans, because one
I think
of
the-
them,
9.2 came from, I think, that 700,000 that was going to cost for the new buller and those other things that Perry had presented separately. That if we wanted to do outside the courthouse, we could. That it would need when we did the courthouse. So the 8.5 plus 700,000 would be about 9.2. So I think we just
I
estimated.
knew it was 8.5 because
Yeah.
you remember he was here that night and he said 800 and then he said, Mr.
But when he's
Mendenhall said
preparing the
not
bid
going up.
documents, we need to deduct or add alternates for those items. That way we know what them items cost and we can select what we want
yeah,
or take away.
yeah. We're doing that with schools. Yep. Well, if we're not gonna have to go to the LGC this budget, this year, fund balance being around 13.8 to 14 is about where we're talking about it being right now. I think we can live with that, but I feel like we're gonna have to go out for debt. It's gonna have to look a little bit better than, I'm guessing, I don't know.
And the main thing the LGC will do, they'll just require you to raise taxes if you don't have the revenue from somewhere else or they won't approve it.
Well, then that gives you a reason,
Yeah.
another reason.
Great. It just, I don't know. This is just insane. Just insane.
You just haven't lived here quite long enough yet. Or held public office quite
No.
long enough yet.
The
Right?
new is going to wear off quick, Brad.
It's like us staring at a guillotine, honestly, sort of. Maybe not quite that bad. But it's a mindset. It's a mindset. It's how you.
I mean,
I mean, I know you didn't recommend any kind of pay increase for the county employees.
Not because of need, just because of affordability. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was trying
The only
to.
thing they'll get is we did agree to the longevity thing's 1% on what they're currently making, not on the base of the pay grade. And again, it's so crazy. The only reason that we even did that is because the software wouldn't work. It's just everything we do is just it's I don't want to say any, it's half but done around here.
So Amber, I think you, in your message, you had increased rate for part-time employees needed to fill vacant shifts without using overtime.
No, I believe that was for emergency communications.
And that will aid us in money and personnel both?
It should, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because right now they're having to use full timers to cover those shifts, and they did. I know they had a lot out on medical leave, so hopefully that increase will across the
So
board.
that should help us in multiple ways.
And that's the goal, because I think there's been increases in other emergency services and public safety personnel, part timers, but not for emergency communications. So I was hoping that would fill in that gap a little bit, would aid in that.
Well, I think we made a decision, or that it was talked about, but what about, were we getting the software for,
Planning.
yeah,
We were talking about possibly putting that back in and financing it if we're gonna go ahead and finance the other. That would, honestly, I think that would go a long ways to making people think we're trying to not be in the dark ages. I mean, and with all the new construction going on and stuff, I think it would, and just tell him to bring us back the fee request of $5 or whatever it's not unreasonable. Like I said, the contractors.
It's supply and demand. If you know,
You can't eat.
building houses
We can
and
change that fee right as part of our approved
I
budget.
think it ought to
Right.
be $20. Let's see what it comes back with.
Yeah, see what he comes back with, but that would help. And then I don't think if the contractors see that we're, oh, look, they've got iPads now. Oh, look, we can submit this stuff online. It's worth paying this extra fee. At least I have that convenience.
yeah,
Costs them a lot more than that.
saving gas,
Well,
driving
there ain't
from
many
King
people
over
that's
to
just
here.
doing work
Right.
in Stokes County when it comes to permits.
Yeah.
There are in other counties too, and they went, oh, I could hear them now. Oh God, I got to go to Danbury today.
And I think that would.
Yeah, somebody told me that, I forget what county it was in, maybe Surrey or whatever. Somebody was telling me that they got a price on something. It was priced $1,000 more because it was in Stokes, because of all the trips they're going to have to make. And
Wow.
Yeah, it will save them time. They will happily pay extra money not to have to wear and tear on a vehicle. In my opinion, it will save time with employees running up and down the road too.
well, I think one thing we need to do is see, even the LGC, with where we're at on getting loans or whatever. What the three things that you had was ambulance, new HVAC system, repaving of Baldwin Square, and then we brought up animal shelter. It was final cost to animal shelter $1.3 million.
That's what we have as of what's been presented. It may come in a little above that, but it's going to be about that. It looks like if they go with some of the plans that the architects have presented to repurpose some of that.
So we're going to try to move that into the financing group.
Yes, if that's what you all decide, yes, that's what the.
yep, move that in.
Yeah. What was the request for the fire tax again? King wanted a ½ cent.
King wanted ½ cent, and then
Monaco wanted 1 cent.
yeah, 1 cent, yeah. But the Brian asked for a 2 2 cent. And then I know at one of the fire commission meetings I was at, there was a couple other fire chiefs that wanted a 2 cent.
So do we want to look at doing anything there? I mean, I agree with this whole safety thing and the whole, some of these departments that aren't able to hire anybody to stay there. I mean,
I'd recommend a 2 cent. And then in conjunction with that, going to your point, Rick, about accountability, is then, because there'll be meetings being had with the fire marshal and the Fire Chiefs Rescue Association to come up with a plan on what we want to do, how to affect the daytime during the week coverage, because that's the main thing right now. So if we get the money coming in, then once the plan is, and plan gets assessed and approved, then we'll know exact money that we need for that.
We can ask a question, or just everybody let me know. From Amber's budget message, and we looked over it several times, and a lot of things she had to turn down because of our money not being available. But are we going to talk, and just tell me yes or no, it doesn't faze me, I can talk either way, but are we going to, every increase in personnel, are they going to stay? Like certain departments ask for personnel. I don't want to use names in here.
Right.
Yeah.
so
Is everything that Amber had said that, okay, this department needs one extra employee, or this one, are we going to go through those, or are we just going to say?
Yeah, she's got this summary sheet.
Right.
We ought to go through that summary sheet item, department to department.
well, I'll start on that. I don't know if
We're talking about fire tax, so you want to talk
You
about
want
that?
to keep talking about the fire tax or go back
get
to the
to the
fire
next
tax?
Fran, do you want to talk about the fire tax?
Yeah, this one, since we were already.
Okay, hold that thought, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
my thought would be, if we're not gonna raise taxes this year, if we can figure out a way to make this work without raising taxes,
Property tax.
property taxes, but
Well, that's property tax too.
it is in a sense, but it is
It's a different name.
safety, and
It's a specific property.
everybody wants the fire department to respond when they need them, you know, and they respond to rescue calls, fire calls, you know, sick calls, whatever. I mean, I know that King is really struggling with that, you know, trying to, the amount of calls that they talked about, Stephen mentioned, was crazy, you know, that they run. I mean, and so King doesn't have the ability to do anything with the fire tax, right? Or they have their own in addition to this, what?
yeah, my understanding is, so if you live in a municipality, you pay, the municipality tax.
Right.
But they don't pay the fire service tax.
Right.
So, but they're asking for the people that live outside of King
In the
to
city
kick
limits,
in.
because a
Yeah.
great number of their calls
Right.
is outside the city
Outside, right.
limits. So I see their point on that. And I mean, I could live with doing something for, I mean, Ryan's request, like the fire chiefs of 2 cents might be a little much this year, but, and King's half cent, you know, like across the board, like a 1 cent is something I might could live with. I mean, I think that you're gonna have to do that.
So what about one at code?
It would be
Brian
1
came up,
cent.
Brian Boo came up and he
He
said
asked for 1
1
cent.
cent. That's 1 cent outside of the city limits for everybody else.
Yeah, and it would be 1 cent for King and across the board.
If you gave 1 cent to the service district and all of those guys too, then that don't mean you couldn't give another one next year.
Well, it's just like Brad said, you've got to start making that effort, or you're either going to have to hit y'all at one time. And I think, to your point about the accountability, I think it's very complicated, and it's took me till now on the board to get a real understanding of how all the service district versus the municipalities and where the money and how they have their own boards of directors and their own audits and, you know, all that works, and it's complicated. But I do see the decline in volunteer personnel is an issue, and not that many. It's like, you know, they said before, people used to work in the fields and get a call and they would just put down their plow and go, and now, you know, people are working in Kernersville that live in Lawsonville and different places. Just the ones that, and you're just seeing it. Sometimes I wish people are just a little bit lazy. I'm just going to put it nicely.
They're spoiled.
They're not. They don't think of others like they should, and they think of themselves. I ain't going out there, and I don't want to learn how to do CPR or put out a fire. I'm fine right here playing this video game. They're not going to do it.
And plus, it's all the additional training. They're trained just like a full-time firefighter. But, you know, number one, they're not getting paid to go to training, and then they're working a full-time job and have to go on weekends to get training or at night. And it's just, I mean,
It takes a young man.
that's right. Yeah.
And a lot of them are not young, and you know, that are doing it, still doing it. And the younger ones are not stepping up.
I mean, I would.
Some are, and I commend the ones that are.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, we're lucky to have, you know, what we have. But I mean, to me, I mean, I take whatever I could get because we got up in terms of a tax increase because we got to do something. But I mean, even you got to give them money that means something. I mean, if you're just gonna give them just a little bit, I don't know if 1 cent is going to be able to take care of the problem of the issue that they come and talk about of going during the day. And I mean, if you could look at, you know, 1 cent for the average property value is $167,000. So 1 cent would be $16.70 a year. So, I mean, I don't know what that would equal to, but 2 cents would
You
be.
know, it's just a shame, and I'll just say this, that the tax burden is placed on the homeowners and not, that's why that quarter-cent sales tax
I
is
agree,
so
I agree,
important.
100%.
Yeah.
And we need to push that. And we need to get every single grant that we can from the state, because, you know, you heard them talking to the fire chiefs about all the calls they run to Hanging Rock.
Mm-hmm.
And 9 times out of 10, it's not a local person that's fell, you know, off the cliff in an unauthorized area.
Right.
So, you know, we're going up there and we're responding, but we get no tax base for that.
Go to the Arizona system.
Yeah. Well,
Well, a fire tax penny generates the same as a regular property tax penny, right?
right. Yeah.
$500,000 across the board, yeah.
But I was just looking at the
Usually-
average
usually
of the
per
property
resident.
tax.
Per resident, yeah.
Yeah.
So Amber,
Yeah.
so it would generate, like Commissioner Moore said, would that generate, well, I heard $16.70 from Mr. Chandler for 1 cent. Would that generate $500,000?
Approximately, yes, sir. It's about,
So $500,000 is how many points did you say? $1 million was one or 2 points?
$1 million is about 2 points. So
$500,000 would be about 1 point
yes, sir.
on our fund balance.
Yes, sir.
Would that count? That goes in the general fund? Wouldn't count on making our fund balance go up, would it?
What?
Fire tax.
Because it goes directly to them.
It goes
That
directly
doesn't
to
help at all with the price. I mean, with the fund balance.
Lisa, do you have any ideas on how we audit, let's say, all the fire departments?
Sorry.
Do you have any ideas how we deal with getting the same auditor to do all the fire departments in the county?
I believe we asked Kelly, and her response, was it that they didn't have
Daydreaming.
enough?
No, we gave them the number of departments in all the service districts, tax departments.
To Kelly, who does ours now.
Are they interested?
They were. It was just gonna be a stipulation of the fire departments were gonna have to get everything to them no later than at the end of July. Because, you know, they got time crunches with the rest of the counties that they're responsible for.
How much is that gonna
Then
cost
you gotta
us?
get the board of directors of each fire department to agree to go with the same auditor.
I guess pretty easy. You agree or no taxi coming to you.
Yeah, when did we check on that? That was back in the winter?
About 3 months ago.
Yeah.
Does anybody know how long it's been since there was a fire tax district
10
increase?
years.
Since the fire tax has been?
They've all been the same, I think.
How long it has been, Rick, what did you say?
It's been about 9 years since we raised it to 8 cents. Along with the other property tax. Plus the previous boards raised them both at the same time, if I remember correctly.
Well, my thing would be too, I mean, so the volunteer fire department, oh, that's public safety, but then so's the sheriff's office, so's the 911.
None of that comes out of fire taxes.
No, it doesn't come out of the fire tax. I know, so I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'll take what I can get.
Yeah, you'd be taking on part of the problem by raising it this year. Raising fire tax.
So it was raised from 7.5 to 8 cents in 17, 18. Was the last
17,
time.
18.
Yeah.
I was chairman on 17. That was my year I was chairman. I got yeah, seriously, that was my.
I about killed you, didn't it?
I was chairman that year.
That's according to this sheet that Amber, it's in our book
It's in the
somewhere.
green folder.
Oh.
I know there's a lot of sheets in there.
And in 14-15 it was 0.65, and then 7 the next year, and then 7. They did it like over a 3-year,
Yeah, we did a
from 14 to 18 to get it to.
half cent a year for 3 years. I remember it well.
Remember it?
Oh my God.
The metric for this county
Is that how you pull a Band-Aid off?
That took importance over all those things you're excited about. I mean, I can't help it. That's what it is. That was the number one thing for these boards over the past few years. Is
Well, you're the same way.
do what?
You're the same way.
I'm not. I tried to get them to raise tax. They wouldn't do it.
Oh, man.
When I was county manager, I had the train coming through the tunnel. I kept telling me, you're gonna hit the train head on. There's either light at the end of the tunnel, or they didn't want to raise them.
And here we are.
We had that.
He gets raised them this
I
year.
think that one of the provided us with a lot of what historically is around, or what the other counties around us are, which that's not apples to apples because they're not all service districts like us. But so yeah, it's something I think we're gonna have to get a handle on. That I would entertain starting this year to impact that.
So were you saying a half or one?
I was saying at least one. I don't think a half cent's gonna do much to help with the problem. I don't know how I feel about
They try to always keep them consistent. When you raise one, you raise all the others to keep them all at the same level.
You mean King versus Wanaco versus?
Now, what is King of Walnut Cove? Theirs is still 8 cents also, right?
Yeah.
And I
If
mean-
you raise Service District 2, we've been raising them too also.
think we all have an email. I don't know if everybody's had a chance to check, but it's talking about how the burden is on the municipality, like the taxpayers. The municipalities are having to raise, like Roanoke and King, to kind of make up for what we're not doing because they run so many rural calls. It's a good point. I mean, it's a valid point. So
It'll also affect rural hall too if you decide to do it across the board. I just know that hadn't been mentioned. I just wanted to, the rural hall fire district.
And
And
Westfield.
what about the Westfield guy, Ryan, that came?
Yeah, so I guess I'm just be specific, I guess.
right,
like what
right.
you're-
It'd be all of them.
Yeah.
He asked for, well, he asked for his budget to be increased because they took away, the fire commission recommended taking money away because they're paying down some debt.
Tax increase would do that. 2% wrong. More than, they'd do more than what he asked for.
So I think at least one is probably reasonable, given that it's been a while and it was just incrementally half cent, and it's a start.
Since we've had a lot of discussion on raising property tax in general, we've got to decide what's the philosophy gonna be. I'll sock it to everybody all in one year, or we're gonna phase it.
The economy in a recession right now, I don't see how we sock it to anybody right now. I mean, I think it'll just,
I'm thinking next year.
Yeah.
We don't do anything this year, we're gonna sock it to them next year. I mean, we have to if we're gonna do what we're talking about doing here. For 10 years, we've had it done
we're
in 10
making
years.
progress though. I think you gotta look at the big picture of it. We're not where we wanna be, but we're making progress over what we've had, and what we've done and what was
I
being
think you may be
done.
surprised,
Fast
I think you
enough.
may be surprised though, that, I mean, we can take for granted that some, a certain amount of employees aren't gonna look for other jobs. But I think you're gonna be surprised that after this budget year, what we're getting ready to do to them, you're gonna see even a higher vacancy rate, including over at the sheriff's office, including at the jail.
Well, it's definitely hard to keep up. I mean, that aspect of it, I know. Law enforcement.
I'll take some rather drastic action on taxes,
But I
we're
feel
not gonna
like-
catch up.
I feel like the salary study helped us, but we're getting further and further away from the implementation of the salary study, so it's, I mean, that was a good step in the right direction. But, and it was a long time coming, was it not? I mean, but the further
We can't take this lackadaisical approach about raising taxes every 10 years and expect to keep up with this.
So what is honestly, so what is, is it because what you think that the citizens can't afford to pay $50 a year more taxes to fund
I know a lot.
public safety?
I know a lot, yeah.
I mean, that's the general consensus when you talk to people out there.
I'm not making it.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But they all want the services, tip-top
Yeah,
services.
but when they go to the grocery store, I mean, they're being hit on all, just everything is going up. And I mean, that's not saying that's why we shouldn't, but because everything's going up here too. Our costs are all going up too.
Yeah, we're experiencing those same costs, and they have to live with them there, but then we're expected to make magic happen here.
right, we are, but I'll give you an
So,
example.
I don't know how you make magic.
Before our great, I don't want the FBI to come at me. Before our leader in Washington, I could get a large pizza at Pizza Hut for $13 in can. Sausage and pepperoni pizza. Called yesterday and went up there and got one. It was $21. for one pizza, one large pizza, $21. That's $8 more than when all this started.
I think the food's here. If you take a break.
It's a good idea.
Well, I think we should keep eat and work.
Amber, I need a favor. Tomorrow, call somebody in Rutherford County and get the square footage on their animal shelter. Cause I just looked it up and had a stroke. It bid June and they had trouble getting bids. The low bid was 3.7 million. I hope it's twice the size of ours.
Yeah, let's hope
Or
so.
3 times.
We'll take a recess and get our food, and then we'll start eating, and then we'll get back to work after that.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, I'll call our meeting back to order from recess. And I think what were we discussing? We were discussing fire tax still. Did we finish that or?
We can come back to it if you want to talk about personnel that Mr. Mendenhall mentioned. Let people think on it.
Okay.
What
that'd be
page?
fine.
The personnel.
Personnel recommendations was in the budget message.
This thing does this summary sheet.
On the summary sheet, yeah.
It's got everything right
Don't
in
know
it.
what page that is though, because they're not.
Well, it was added
In the
later.
handouts.
Well, there's a handout, and then there's also the one in the budget message that lists the
It's the same,
summary.
right?
Yeah, it should. Yeah, it's the same.
It's a loose.
Just gotta figure out where I put it.
It's also in the budget
Yeah, it's
message.
also in the budget message too. It's right after all the different departments and the personnel requests. So it's right after
I'll start talking about it.
Veteran
if you want me
Services
to.
Department.
I think the grant writer position is something we need to keep in there. See how that goes. I think it can pay for itself.
I think everybody agrees with that, don't they? They keep the grant writer position and administration part-time.
I just thought we'd give it part-time.
Yeah. In the animal control department, personnel was just a reclassification.
That's what we have to do, basically, don't we? I mean, the animal control to get her exempt and all that.
Yeah, to make that position exempt. Yes.
So that's,
Based off of the FSLA and doing the check sheet that HR does.
I want to do personnel and equipment with each department as we go through them.
And if you're going to talk about specific, like compensation for a position or something, I would just recommend going into closed session to
Yeah.
discuss that. For a specific person.
It's public record.
Yeah, this, but
Well,
what's in the budget
if you're
is
talking about
public.
qualifications, though,
Huh?
so if you're talking about qualifications and such, if you're getting really in depth into the details of
If we
it,
get beyond the budget
I'm not
part.
saying right now, but I'm just saying if it gets to that point.
Yeah, she's got a number already in this sheet she handed out,
right.
all the numbers. But y'all want to go through and talk about the equipment and the personnel for each department as she's got it listed in her sheet
Yeah,
here.
that might be the best thing to do.
This is what, okay, all done. Okay, I'll just go through them and then call them out. The reclassification, we're good, right? We're good on the grant writer. The 22 rifles, we're good, right?
Yes.
Savage 22 rifles. Ammo, evidence, what about the boxes of ammo for the rifles? We definitely need that.
Yeah, the evidence locker, she was checking to see if it could be moved to the new animal shelter. And I'm fine with it as long as it can be moved and
Yeah,
used.
that's true.
Okay, so we'll prove everybody's okay with it then? The locker, evidence locker. Dart guns, I think we already kind of approved them, didn't we?
So,
Everybody.
I don't think you need the $700 format. I think you can you not get cheaper formats?
Get what?
Cheaper formats than $700.
We can see. That was what was requested, yeah.
That was one of the things that I brought up was formats.
They'll approve them, but you can find a cheaper one, hopefully. That's good for everybody. That's for 2 lease vehicles that they'll be getting. Is that what that is, Amber? Okay. Because every animal control officer has to have a vehicle, right?
Yes, and we did confirm that was the case.
Okay.
Yeah, and we went over that with her. Yeah.
Then decals and lettering, we definitely need that. Hey, what about this office camera for the clerk's office, $6,000? I don't remember the details.
Right now they have cameras, but they're not operational right now. So they just requested a camera system that worked, just for security reasons, because I think they do get some people in there that are pretty irate and coming from court and such.
going from a divorce court.
Yeah.
Well,
And they had requested they had requested new furniture for their office because they have really outdated furniture in there. But we just figured that if the Board of Commissioners wanted that to be the case, then we could just do that when we finance the courthouse project. We could just allocate a portion of that funding for furniture since we're already going to finance part of it.
Okay.
So that's why we cut the furniture out.
Okay.
Camera system, they probably need for internal controls for their money managed stuff too, don't they, I would think?
I would think so, yes, sir.
Because some of those cameras, I think, are above the clerks where they take the money. I think we probably should do that one, don't y'all? The camera system. Okay, Emergency Communications Department, the increased part-time hourly rate to $18.50 per hour. The State Link interface, 35,000.
Yes.
I'm just gonna call them out, and if y'all say no, then I'll stop.
Yeah,
Otherwise, I'll
yeah.
assume you're okay
Yep,
with it.
That sounds good.
Sounds good.
Upgrade of the Rapid SOS Premium. Okay, new CAD software goes along with the sheriff. That's the thing with Spillman, right?
Yes, if Spillman's replaced, yes.
Okay.
That would replace Spillman, whatever software they.
Okay.
Yep.
Bidirectional antenna. And miscellaneous equipment is needed through the year to maintain systems.
Yeah, historically they've always had some amount of fund in equipment just in case something breaks or goes wrong to
Okay.
replace something.
Okay.
That's just where that little bit of money comes from.
And then under EMS, we got one ambulance, which we're gonna finance. Laptop needed for, spare for the paramedics. And then the blood warmer. E911 fund software. That's not local dollars, that 250, right?
That's from the
Yeah, that's
state.
from the 911 fund.
911 board,
And,
yeah.
and that's why it was in two places. It was also under 911 because the 911 fund, the 911 board would only pay for that 250. So the 70,000 is still under the emergency communications up there.
Oh, okay, that's the
Yeah.
other part of it.
They
I
only,
was thinking that was awful cheap to replace Spillman.
yeah, the 911 fund's going to pay for a large portion of the CAD software, but the 70,000 is what they marked they weren't going to pay for.
Okay.
So,
They're good about that 911 board.
Yeah, they are. And the finance software, we're good with that. Upgrade server, we have to have that for the finance software. Lease truck emergency packaged upfit fire marshal vehicle. I had a question. You recommended that though, right?
what? For the what now?
That upfit package for the fire marshal vehicle?
Yeah, because it's where we're switching out one of the county-owned vehicles with the lease vehicle for the fire marshal. That's just to outfit that truck with all the equipment they need to respond to
Oh, okay.
emergencies. That's all that is.
Okay. And the medical director thing, we're good with the health board. With whatever the latest changes he sent us the other night. Desktop computer for the jail. Everybody's good with that, right? Public buildings, reclassifications for the misalignment of pay. New HVAC control system for the old portion of the jail. That's one we're financing, right?
Yeah.
HVAC replacement. Current probation building. What are we doing with that next? They're gonna move, but then we're gonna have that building for something else, right?
Possibly DSS.
DSS
Yeah, we had
maybe?
talked about that
About it.
because they're running out of office space.
Okay. The pressure washer for maintenance, that's good. Purchasing one new computer. That's been approved by original sewer fund, the UV light thing. classification of senior program director under senior services, grade 36 with a title change to senior. Is that Vicky?
Her office is actually at the Walnut Cove Center, but she's a county employee, is that right?
She works in the old school
school.
building up there.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got you.
Then the addition of the part-time office assistant for Walnut Cove Senior Center. You heard from Vicky? Is she back to work yet, or?
I don't believe she's came back yet,
Okay.
but I need to reach out to her again. Thank you for reminding.
Okay. New software for the sheriff records management system. Is that, are we financing that? At 135?
It's not recommended to as of right now, but that's something that y'all could.
It makes sense to add it to the rest of the
Doing
stuff.
that other software, why not?
Okay. Got a note on that, Amber, to add that to the.
That's another.
In one computer, that's a smidgen of a point.
Yeah, exactly.
I was getting ready to say that.
Every little bit helps.
So let me ask this quick question. In E911, emergency communication was not the 200 fund. Was there not money in it also?
Yeah, so the
So we need
70,000.
to add those two together.
Right. Yeah, so it'd be like 210,000 if you want to give a little good. Because then the 911 fund will pay for that other portion.
Okay.
Okay. One computer replace an outdated one, protected laptop, television for training.
Kind of TV.
I thought it was expensive TV, I
I
thought.
know.
It's a touch screen. I asked about that.
Okay.
Oh, it is, okay.
Where they can do stuff around.
Okay.
Don't know all the details of it, not
It's not a regular TV, in other words.
though.
I think it's also color.
Ain't being sarcastic, are you?
They've asked for one for a while, and I said, "Well, like it on." It's one of those you can, well, that one, you can throw it to another screen or something. I forget what he explained to me.
Yeah, no, it's for their detectives for the most part.
The addition of 2 income maintenance case for us, the Medicaid expansion. 25% funded by county, okay. And then 2 vehicles to replace current DSS vehicles. So we're gonna keep getting those vehicles the way we've been getting them, right? Instead of putting them on the program, on the lease program.
Because the state won't pay the lease, but they'll pay.
Yeah.
Then set battery low leaf blower. I thought that's kind of a high priced leaf blower too, but maybe it's a commercial grade or something. That battery stuff, some of it's pretty expensive though. Box blade for a tractor for solid waste. Storage for tools at green box sites, that's required
They
by
can do
OSHA.
better than that on that leaf blower, Lord have mercy.
And you can
Oh,
look at,
yeah.
you can
We'll
review
start
the
that one.
prices with them on
Tell
that.
them I'll get them one.
And then tools for the shop that they need, so those are good. We're gonna do both these pieces of equipment, right, for the vehicle maintenance? Because one of them will pay for itself, at least one of them will.
I think the leaf blower thing, jumping back to that, that's more than one. It's on the old, I don't know where that is.
Yeah, yeah, it's for, I'm sorry, yeah,
Or
you're right.
for
It's for all
green
the
box
green box
sites.
sites. For all of them.
That makes more sense.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Purchase one for all of them. Because I don't think they have one right now, just for the site workers to keep it maintained.
Okay.
Well, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes more sense, okay.
That's a good price. And went from bad to good.
We get one for every one of them, it is, yeah. And then the last one was the part-time position for the veteran service officer, which we discussed and need to, strategically thinking, we need
Keeps
to
the
have that in
office
there.
open all the time.
Strategically thinking. Or transition down the road and all that. Okay, good. So we're clear on all that, Amber?
But I just want
You
to,
didn't disagree, nobody disagreed with anything?
don't forget about, we need that administrative assistant or whatever, they're in HR that we talked about in the last budget meeting.
Okay, so y'all gonna add that in there?
Huh? One that, because Gales is retiring and planning ahead. HR is another department that runs
We can't wait till she
all
retires.
throughout.
Right, I agree. But did you, which
Department.
way did you wanna go with that? I guess, I didn't know y'all had decided to add that back in there.
I just think we need to add that position before she retires and get somebody trained. However, I don't know that there needs to be 3 people in there all the time. Because I remember a time when one person did HR and clerk, and we didn't have an assistant county manager. And one
Them days
person
are
did it
gone.
all. That ain't been that long ago.
I think they need 3 people if they're going to be an effective HR, if they're going to stay on track of what they need to be doing, holding orientations. They make sure the internal investigations are done. Correcting a whole mess of personnel policy that we currently have to make it uniform and to make it more.
Aren't we getting, and we did say we were getting software.
It should make it all a lot better when we get the new
And
software.
I'm just gonna throw this out. School system's got 1,100 employees and they've got 3 people working on it. We got what? How many employees do we have?
A lot more.
About 400 including part-time, I think.
It's about 500 including part-time.
Oh, 500 is it now?
Including
They
part-time.
got, they got over 1,000, they only have 3.
And then, but they have the benefit where they actually follow policies, they do performance evaluations, so they're not starting brand new like we are here. The HR office is a mess, not because of the employees, it's because of the mess that has been created by the lack of what we do.
There was
We
something
don't
else
do
they
here.
did I thought was odd. They don't do payroll, do
They do a lot of keying.
they? Yeah.
That just recently changed because of the auditors. They wanted to split it up, have a separation from the payroll specialist keying to HR keying. So
So they're doing more keying in.
It seems
Yeah.
odd.
You have to have separation of duties.
anything
Yeah.
to do with affecting pay, HR keys it all.
And they file the workman comps claims. They also file and contest, if we contest like if they file for unemployment or they were terminated, or whether if they're fighting for benefits when they resign instead of being terminated. See, another thing, what I think that I think would help all of us too is that we should be seeing stats from HR like how many grievances that are filed in the county against whatever supervisor, and then how many complaints are filed against our employees, and how many investigations. I mean, we don't need to see names or anything like that. We just need to see numbers, because I think sometimes we all sit back and we just think that mysteriously that things like that don't happen here. And there's actually a lot of complaints that are done and grievances that are done here. It's not as smooth as the school system.
And they can give that in their annual report.
Huh?
They can give that in their annual report.
Yeah,
Or their
exactly.
report.
Yeah, but I think something like, I would think something like grievances and disciplinary things, probably at least mid-year, we should get just an unofficial brief from you that, hey, this is what, and look for trends. This is what we're looking at.
Hearings that they've had to do also. What we're gonna do that position then? What should that position be?
Now,
Part-time part-time, full-time?
No, it should be full-time.
Well, if it's full-time, they put in a job description. I don't know if y'all got, maybe that's just on our side, because I know a lot of
I
stuff y'all
read
don't
it.
get.
I read it.
But
Well, Amber didn't recommend it. Why didn't you recommend it? Because of the lack of affordability?
yes.
Or you just didn't think it was
No,
needed?
well, I did. The major reason is lack of affordability, and I didn't know how much the software would help. I didn't, I don't know
Right.
what extent
Maybe
that
we
software is
should
going
wait
to
and
help yet.
see.
So I thought we would wait and see. But
Well, when Julia gave her notice, and so Gail's given an ample amount of time to let us know that she's leaving. Julia gave notice and was going to leave in March. She told us in December.
end of December or middle of December.
They went and hired you, moved you up in position a month before she left. Or 2 months.
Month. Yeah, which we did talk about, and I have
So
talked
I
about
can
that.
understand a couple of months of
With
when
her.
they posted hers. You have at least a couple of months to get somebody acclimated to that position.
We've discussed it.
Yeah. So
So I guess it just depends which way we want to go.
Well, what we do, take a vote?
I guess I mean, it
One way or
sounds
the
like
other.
it's 3-2, but I mean, I'm led to the point was we get that new package, see how that goes, have 2 people in there till we see how it goes. Then if it doesn't go well, get a 3rd person. But I mean, yeah, vote. If it's 3-2, I'm good. If it's 3 wanting it, 3 gets.
What we factor in is this transition that's gonna occur with Gail leaving.
And
So, I don't know.
And then, so if Gail leaves, and even if it goes back to 2, so you're gonna have the interim HR director who's doing everything and then having to train a new employee.
Well, that's why you bring the new employee in
Yeah.
way before Gail
And we've
leaves.
done that, and we have actually discussed that with Gail too. So
Just, if that's what the county manager's recommendation is, that's what I would vote for. That's just me, though, like Ronnie said. That's just me. Y'all do whatever you want.
I need to see something all written out, so why vote?
I think you got it, don't you?
I only have 1 copy because it's in my book.
I mean, I'm not worried about the job description. I'm kind of worried about the process of like timing and transition and all that. What we hire another person, then
Well, and I will say that HR has been very good about cross training. I know some other departments have not been, but basically everything the HR director can do, the assistant HR director can do as well. Because they have been very good about cross training. Like I know some other departments haven't been as good, but they are very good at that because there's only 2 again. So when one's not there, the other one's doing everything. So
you can come look at that.
What is the software gonna do?
what's the software going to do?
Ain't they getting new software for HR?
It should help with a whole slew of things, and especially the keying in 3 or 4 different systems, all that repetitive paperwork and all that. It should help with that majorly. It's also going to provide a benefit to employees as far as on different ends. As far as they're going to be able to clock in or clock out from their location. It'll drop a pin, so you don't have to physically be at your desktop or whatever
When will
to
that
clock
be up and
in.
running?
Once
as soon as we make a decision.
once the company's selected through the RFP, which we're working on that right now. We've been having meetings amongst IT, HR, finance, payroll, and myself.
And some of them that we've looked at has the option of doing a lot of the new hire packaging. Will be emailed to them. They go online and fill it out. There'll be no more paper coming up here and filling out all these papers. Gail and Jamie can send it to them. They can do them online.
There you go.
So it'd be eliminating all of that.
I don't think we totally killed the idea. I think we wait and see what the software does. That's my 2 cents worth.
I mean, I'm good. I mean, you can go down to 1 person up there. I'm not the one doing it. just fair to me.
I think you need to have somebody in there by September to pick up on what she's leaving in December, right?
We can go ahead and post it. I mean, tomorrow for all I mean, you know what I mean? We'll just have to pull that extra funding that's not there from the general fund, of course, but we can certainly do that. But that way, there's accurate time for training.
Other way to test it is to contract with somebody that you can get rid of real easy if you decide you need to, by not renewing their contract.
I'm about ready.
I will
Just
say,
leave, I withdraw my motion or whatever. Just leave it alone. Just leave it alone. We'll have one person up there eventually. Just leave it alone.
We're still ahead of the game compared to what we were when Darlene did HR and clerk, and we didn't have an assistant county manager.
She needs you to come back to work.
Darlene is here.
She's contracted.
How many hours a week is Darlene working?
Ooh.
right now, just because of budget and doing this and stuff, about 20, 25. But I think after the budget season, that'll decrease a whole lot.
Yeah.
That's the plan.
Okay. Where are we at now?
I haven't decided on HR yet, so I'll let y'all know at the next week, maybe.
We're running out of next week.
Oh, nice, don't have
I mean, if y'all go ahead and give me a consensus today that I'm going to pull that money from the fund balance, I'll go ahead and post it. I mean, as soon as we look over the job description. And
You're talking about posting
update
and
it.
hiring as quick as you can?
Yeah, we can do that. We can do it as soon as tomorrow, as long as the job description's good and updated.
I don't think they want another
Overlap.
person, so I just
We're
let
talking
it
about
alone.
just-
Let it run its course up there.
We want somebody in there to train from about September.
Right. But but we could go ahead and post the HR director position, and whoever whatever happens there, then if for some, if that is what happens, the assistant HR director does get it, and that's the outcome, then we could post that job and go ahead and hire for that one. That way,
Isn't she retiring?
December is what
I guess
her
it's a
projected.
little early to post the director position. Don't you? We've never done that early before.
We don't have to hire them now.
Or we could post it July 1, because that would
That's
be the
true,
same.
too.
That would be
We can see what's out
that would
there.
be the same as doing a new job would be July 1, so we could post it July 1 again.
That person wouldn't start until December, right?
But that's what I'm saying. You have to pull. I mean, if you had them training, you'd have to pay them to be here to start that. So you'd be paying somebody double for a certain amount of time.
From September till December. That's what we were talking about.
I see advertisements on TV. It's all automated. It's a HR system, and then you just talk to the computer, and then it goes into the whatever
AI.
software. It comes back.
AI HR. Welcome to the AI HR department.
And there's a company called Indeed.
There you go. Yeah.
They find you somebody.
Yeah.
We need Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed we do. That's their motto. We need Indeed.
Yep.
Indeed we do.
Yeah, everybody be saying, where's Dan?
So you need to post it in time to go about an orderly process of hiring somebody, and the fact that it's posted doesn't mean you have to, it doesn't force you to interview any quicker, does it? I mean,
Well, I mean, it definitely starts the process. I mean,
yeah, it does, I guess.
I mean, because you can't just
I'd say just do it. What are we after? Like a month's overlap? Sometimes too much overlap is not good.
I mean, I'd say a couple months at least. I would say.
A couple months of overlap.
Just because there is I mean, a lot in HR too. No.
Why don't you just do it?
I mean-
Why don't we just do it on a time schedule that allows for a couple months overlap for the new director?
Yeah, I know. We do need that. I know when I retired from superintendency, though, I mean, I gave them 4 months' notice. I retired January 31st, and I let them know October 1st. So they had October, November, December, January. And they got an interim superintendent to finish out the rest of that year. Because January 31st was my anniversary date, and that's why I got it out at that time.
And so we're going to advertise it internally per our current policy to start with.
We can for a week,
Okay.
if that's what we'll decide to do.
Okay. You'll just figure out the timing on that then, of when you need to do it in order to get that position filled. And then we gotta decide if we need 3 people or 2, right, Brandon?
Just look.
And I would, but the board seemed kind of tight on money, so I would just leave it just like
Tight.
it's
Well,
tight.
well,
Revisit it in the future.
I think we can revisit it.
I'm fine with revisiting.
I'm not totally against
All right. Where's that leave us now? That was the end of the sheet plus the one addition, right? So, what do you want to talk about next? Taxes.
What is what's the amount for the 1% longevity pay? What was that amount?
You're talking about the 2%?
For the longevity that we give them on their current salary.
It's 30-some thousand, wasn't it? 37. I had to go look on my computer. Yeah. And the difference would be for the total county. I had to go look on my computer for that one. I didn't bring it with me.
Okay.
I'll go over and look.
Just tell me if you would, you can just tell me the total amount. I don't need to know the difference, just what is the total amount that we're going to pay the employees for the 2% on their current salary.
That was I think the 37,000 for everyone. The difference was going to be $37,000 difference for everybody on current, the 2% on their current pay versus 2% on their minimum. Like for me, mine would be like 23 cents difference. That makes.
That's a lot.
So, but I've got that. I can go in there and get that.
Okay, all right, thanks.
So we so far we haven't talked about any bonuses or COLAs or anything, right?
No, and of course the manager didn't recommend any.
I know she
because
didn't.
there's no money.
Affordability.
Exactly.
I mean, I will say that, based off of the listserv and what every other county municipality is doing, everybody's doing some sort of COLA for the most part this year. I mean, varying different percentages, of course, but everybody is doing one.
They're doing them because of Biden, and everybody's broke because of inflation and everything. That's why they're doing it. You can't really blame them for that. But can't do that with not raising taxes, I don't think. It's like more magic.
We're going to give you this COLA, but we're going to increase your taxes. So voila, it's a wash. So what's the point?
Well, I think one thing we need to come up with is a final decision, and everybody's has their own opinion. Because it's been brought up today, I sort of thought that had been killed, but it hasn't, so we're gonna raise taxes or not. And I told y'all that I'm gonna vote no on that, so y'all know otherwise.
I hadn't decided not to yet.
I hadn't either. I mean, it looked like a mess to me. I can't believe you're talking about bonuses when you're thinking about raising taxes. I mean, sometimes you gotta use common sense, no matter what everybody thinks, and that ain't common sense.
Why don't we take back the longevity pay that we give them too? Why give them anything? They should just be lucky to have a job, right? That's what I hear.
School's getting 5%, they said, right? School.
Yeah. I mean,
King gave pay raises and bonuses. But hey, we're the county, so.
Well, We have given COLAs in my 7 years. We've given them, I think, 5 out of the 6 years of budget, given cost of living included. I will be quoted on that. I'd want Amber to go back and look, but I think we have given them cost of living adjustments 5 of the 6 budgets.
Most of the time, I think, we do. That or a bonus, one or the other.
The fire tax was the only thing I was really interested in trying to do something about this year. I just don't think we can do the other this year. I think it's inevitable at some point, but I guess that's kicking the can down the road another year.
Just kicking the can down the road. But I mean, I understand. I mean, I respect Ronnie's view and your view and Keith's view and Rick's view.
Yeah, I mean,
I
think it would come across this year with the recession and the way people are struggling with just buying groceries and stuff, and unless you live off the government, and then they're just handing you their DVD card and just go get whatever, and don't matter, but people who are trying to work and do the right thing and stay off of government assistance and actually work a job, I mean, it's a struggle. It's a struggle right now. But at the same
It's going to
time,
be a struggle for 2 years. It's going to be, if we have a good election in 2024 and you get some decent leadership in DC and everything again, then we still got all this year and all next year with all this Biden inflation and everything going on. And are we just going to kick the can and let this place go down the drain? I mean, that's 2 more years. That philosophy tells you we can't raise tax for 2 years, really. If you think about it in those terms. I mean, we can't, we got to cut expenses or raise revenue we want.
well, I'd like to see us do the occupancy tax sooner than later, and to try to really get this committee together to pass the 1/4 cent sales tax. I think both of those will help. They're not no.
One of them's $100,000 and the other one's $1 million. That won't happen till 2026,
But it's still making an effort in the right direction. We look at this fire tax again.
I think we're just, we start to sit here and talk about not kicking the can, and then we're going to kick the can some more. That's like the whole discussion that happens every year. We ought to be doing this, but we're going to kick the can 1 more year. That's why we're 10 years with no tax increase, or 9 years right now. There's never a good time to do it. But yet everybody expects all these services to be equal to or better than what they are now.
I'm just telling you, you're going to have a hard time keeping law enforcement. I'm just telling you. I mean, just like, the sheriff's wanting us to, to upgrade the detention salaries to that of the deputy ones. Well, we're not going to do that. And of course, he's asking for 4 road deputies because they can't afford to give people off because they're so short. So we're not going to do that. But then we're going to complain because of the overtime, and we're going to complain because they can't take holidays off. So we're going to pay them when they, whenever they quit or retire. Then we pay them an exorbitant amount of holiday time not time that they made while they made the hourly rate when they made the holiday. You're paying them if they're staying at the end of the career. They're at a higher, here they may not be at a higher rate of pay, but in most places a higher rate of pay, so you pay more money when they leave. It's just a vicious cycle, but as long as the expectation is we don't really want anything special. We don't, if law enforcement gets there, law enforcement gets there. I'm good with that. I mean, I'll take care of my property, but as long as everybody in the county is good with law enforcement being status quo as it is right now, same thing it was 10 years ago, then, you know, I won't say no more. I won't waste any more time even discussing. And if you're not going to want to keep law enforcement or public safety around, we probably don't need a lot of these other employees that are sitting around, in my opinion.
People, till they need them, till they have an emergency or till they have something happen and they need them, they don't think about that thing. Oh, we're fine, we're adequate, we've got enough, whatever, until you're the one sitting there waiting for the law enforcement to show up. Then you think twice about it. But the average person, when you ask them, they don't want to pay no more to have the extra protection or the people to get there faster. But in reality, when it hits them when they need it, then they'll want it. Then they'll wish they had it. So it's just how it is. So you need it.
Goes back to we're not magicians, right?
Back to what?
We're not magicians. Okay. Magically
And what did
go against the law of financial physics here.
what did y'all want to do about JCPC? I know we were going to talk about that. You know, they requested more funding than we had given them previously. So I just wanted to confirm that you just wanted to.
What'd you say, juvenile crime and
Prevention Council. You know, they had come up with that request for more money than.
That's for 50,000 more, I think, for a new program.
Try or something.
What was that? What was in your recommendation for that?
Y'all approved just to do what we had done last year, and we talk about it in the budget.
Oh.
So I guess my recommendation would be to do what we did
It's
last
kind of
year.
obvious if we don't want to spend that.
Well, I just wanted to confirm that because I know we had said we was going to talk about it. So same thing with merit.
It's what it is.
Not going to raise taxes. You can't add much more to what we're already doing. And just even if it's a noble cause, you know.
Even if you raise taxes, you can't do a whole lot more.
It's how much you raise them.
Right now, you're just raising taxes to keep your fund balance, where you can borrow money, not increase any services really.
What's our tax increase velocity going to be over this year and next year? I mean, I guess we kind of need to decide that. If you can't, I don't know what we're going to do next year. It's hard to decide what
Well,
to
I
do
think,
this year.
I mean,
What do you think it ought to be?
well, I mean, I've been pretty adamant in talking, so, but I'm just one vote. So I think Keith needs to weigh in, and I already know what Ronnie thinks, and I know what Sonia thinks. So,
About what specifically?
the
A
tax increase,
this
if
year?
he's not willing to, even to entertain, a tax increase, I mean, why are we, there's no sense in,
I'd
I'm not
like
gonna
to
beat
talk
my
about.
head.
I'd like to talk about next year because we
We
have to. If we're not going to have a tax increase this year, we're going to have a giant one next year.
I don't believe that. I
mean,
don't, Rick.
that's what I would vote.
I don't believe it. I don't believe anybody up here sitting here is going to vote to raise taxes. So we can kick.
I brought up a fire tax. I brought up 1 cent fire tax. So I'm not completely kicking the can. Kicking
That's a
half a
small
can.
part of the problem. Not who the fire tax is. I mean, the other tax is the one that really controls everything, including most of the emergency services stuff.
Ever watch a TV show, The Brady Bunch?
I've watched those in years.
All of us sitting around trying to figure something out.
Let's move on. It's no big deal. I was just kind of curious what the total amount that we pay for longevity pay. I mean, it don't really.
Should get it.
She'll be back in that. She said it was on the
Should be back before we're done.
I don't want. I know Sonia's got a 7 o'clock.
Well,
No.
actually, it was at 6 o'clock. I thought it was at 7, but I told him I'd try to get there by 7.
Oh,
so
okay.
it's all right.
I called Paul Wiles, our chairperson for SciTech. I said, Paul, I won't be there this afternoon. I said, I got a meeting. I got a feeling it's going to last about 7 or 8 hours. So he said, go ahead, Ronnie. Commissioner, it's your first responsibility.
I'll have to get that to you tomorrow after I get my hands. I'll just email it to all of you.
Are you gonna go to the health board meeting and come back, or what? What do you think? They have to vote on anything? Got a quorum.
I don't know if there's anything on there to vote for. But, I mean, I don't know how close we are. I mean, or how, if we need to come back Monday for another hour or so, or if we can, or if we can just knock this out now. I don't know. I'm willing to say we knock it out
Yeah, I am too.
and not come back
What's the
Monday.
number you're after, Brad?
For what?
Tax increase.
For I would ask for a 4-cent general fund tax increase and a 2-cent for the volunteer fire district.
And then, if we did that, do any of you have any idea how much more you think it would have to be for the next year's budget? So I'm thinking more than that next year. I'm thinking 6 or 8 next year. If we're gonna really fix the problem.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
we're not gonna fix the problem, then we can just pretend that everything's okay, like you said. But
If we get 4 cents, that's a good start. 2 cents for the fire and 2 cents for the fire districts, because we got to solve this dilemma of there's during the week, during the day, you're SOL if you need a rescue.
I would recommend if y'all do consider and approve a property tax increase that we consider not financing the finance and HR software. If we started with one to put, use the ARPA funds for.
just so you get it quicker,
Yes.
and more efficiently.
Right. Yeah. That's just a thought. I know y'all aren't talking about
I
that. But
think that's I had a concern about that
Just
anyway.
keep that in your mind. I mean, I know we might have to make that decision, but if you are gonna use ARPA funds, if we come upon some more revenue, I would keep
That's the
the
one
finance
exception I would agree
and
with.
HR software money where it is. But I know we might have to.
So you might need to move quicker on that than you can get the financing done, basically, right?
Right.
If we did that 4 cents, we would also do the planning software this year, real quick like. That'd be fine. If we do the planning software, we're gonna finance that, right?
That's what you had to talk about, yeah, along with the CAD software and
Other stuff.
the RMSNG for the sheriff's department.
Well, what do we get with that? It'd give us $2 million more, roughly.
If you did 4 cents, yeah.
That would, and we took out the $500K for the software. What would our fund balance be then?
Just to be clear, if we would do that, we're not splitting it with the schools. We're
Right.
taking the full 4 cents
Yeah, right.
here, right?
Yeah. Because I think it was unanimous you were going to keep with the recommendation for the current expense budget, which would be the 31 cent. Yeah. But,
What was the other thing?
Huh?
Took the 5,000 out.
The 500, so if they increased it 4 cents and you take the finance software back out.
So we're going to add 2 million from the tax increase.
Yeah, 4 cents. Yeah, 2 million. And then take out the finance and HR
I
stuff.
did that, so hold on a second. Bring it to 16.
Right at 16.
16.11.
How do you figure that?
I took
Big more than that.
our numbers.
I think it was.
I took the 2.
What was it? What was it after we
I
took
took
the
the
2 million
1.3 for the animal
Huh?
control. I took the 1.1 from broadband. Left me with 4. And you've got to take away. So unless I can add this over here.
Because you removed the software, and we're not doing we're keeping with the current expense recommendation for the schools, so you can't mess with that.
I didn't mess with that. Same thing I had over here. It's the same thing.
16. Yeah. I don't understand that.
You can come over here and look. Come over here. I mean, I want you to look till you see what I've done.
I'm just thinking.
I mean, just take your sheets you had, Amber, and do it manually.
Well, I came up with about 13%.
No, you're trying to 13% with adding 2 million to the general fund. Did y'all add any other expenses while I was gone? While I was gone? This is your cash balance. Take away what you guys currently have talked about. I added the 330. You gotta take that in consideration.
Asking for a friend.
This is in the capital.
So did y'all run on no time?
That's the difference between economic development and the $35,000 server for the sheriff's department, which brings us to this.
Find this.
So then what I did was took this plus 2 million that you're gonna put in the general fund from the new taxes. You guys subtract this, gives you this number, divide it by your
Total budget.
By your
Make
total
sure
budget.
We took that $500,000 out too. That's going to come from the general fund because of the
I
software.
took that out too.
The
I
software.
already took that out. Because we were only lacking right at $1 million to get up to the 15% that you guys are going to try to stay at. So I mean,
Yeah, but no, we're not considering the school.
I took that out.
500.
We'll work on it too.
Yeah, we'll just have to come up with it. I don't. You always calculate twice before you get that out.
You're talking about raising taxes 6 cents, but still only raising the
The 2% don't come to us. It goes to the fire
was
service.
fire tax. So 4
So I didn't
cents,
put that in here.
and that only increases the fund balance.
Y'all said
1%.
increase it by 2 million.
Which is 4 cents.
That's
That's about right, cause whenever when I wanted to take 2 from the school system, it was 16%, right? So now we gave that back, and now we're gonna take 2 from somewhere else, from the taxpayers.
Right.
So you still, but then you're taking the 500 out, so wouldn't it be 15 something?
I'm also considering the 330,000 you guys chose
For the capital
for the
reserve.
capital reserve.
Okay, you're adding that back in.
And I've added it back, and I also took the difference between the economic director and the 35,000 for the server. I've already calculated that in here as well.
Few more things.
So we started, this fiscal year at 19%, we got down to 14%. We're gonna increase taxes 4 cents and the fire tax 2 cents, and we're still just gonna be at 16%.
That's what the number I'm coming up with. I'm doing it over.
Which is just 4 cents, not the 2, because that's just the fire district.
Yeah, just down to 2. I mean, the
Right, we're just talking about in the 2 cents, but we can't do that.
You take that
I
sheet you
understood you
went
guys
through.
want to add 2 million to the
You're
general fund from taxes
You
increase,
were
right?
correct.
Not 4 million, but 2 million.
Did
Just want to make sure that's what, the
Or is
number,
it-
that's what number I'm using.
you were correct.
All right, that's what.
Yes.
If you went through that sheet that you did to start with and do the pluses and minuses while she's calculating it over there. Can you go through that again like you did whenever we first started?
Yeah, I can try to. You may read it all out loud again?
Yeah,
Okay.
read out loud again.
Well, if you take the 6.4 estimated amount from the general fund to balance the budget, which was in the recommended, then it'd be about 7.8% is
Okay.
where the fund balance would be.
With some updates that you'd come up with from cash that came in.
Yeah, that should be as of today.
Yeah.
If we did that.
So that made it what, 6.8?
6.8 for the what?
What did you say?
7.8.
7.8,
7
okay.
yeah, so about 7.8.
Okay.
And then take if you finance the animal shelter at about 1.3 million, it'll raise the percentage to about 10%.
Okay.
Then when we added that software, if we did the 500,000, it would raise it up to 10.9%
Okay.
approximately, because that's a percentage point about. Then add the 1.1 million for broadband in, and it raises it to 12.8 about. And that's it. And if you considered anything, take it from the current expense. If say if you did 2 million, it would raise the fund balance percentage to about 16.34%.
If we added the 4-cent tax increase to what you just said.
Yeah, it'd be the same difference about. Yeah, it'd be about the same difference.
Except the 500 would have to come back out though, right? You said.
So then
Would be right at 16.
So it'd be about. It'd be about 15. Let's say 15 plus. I think that sounds about right.
That's what y'all got to?
Yeah, I got 16.11.
That's how big a hole we're in. Also hadn't raised taxes in 9 years. And then
guess we're still not giving employees anything, right? Where everybody else is except us, it looks like. I'm leaning toward getting on with it here. I mean, maybe we just advertise, we gotta fix this in these 2 years, we can't wait till 26. Or we're gonna be in the status quo if we don't start moving out here.
I agree. I
You
mean,
agree?
yeah, we just make it through a little, make it through a budget. So then, of course, you know, we get reelected or whatever the goal is, just to get going and going and going, and then you can leave office. Somebody else will fill your spot, and then it keeps going on just like this, on and on and on and on and on.
You got a sheet in there that shows us compared to other surrounding counties with what our tax rates are. Thought you did somewhere. May not have, I just thought I saw it somewhere.
Yeah.
The one with how much you gave the school system got from the tax rate.
Yeah,
So
yeah, we did the one about the school.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I remember.
We did the compared to fund balance percentages in other counties, but I don't know about tax rate.
Right now, we're at what, 62?
62 plus the 4 cent, so that'll be 66.
62 plus 4, 66 plus 2.
So that'd be 6, yeah.
68 for everything, including fire tax. Is that right?
No, it's 66 cents with the 4 cent that you did the increase for the Forsyth Tech and Poplar Springs.
Yeah.
So 66 plus 8 cent for the fire tax.
Oh yeah, that's right. 66 plus 8 plus
74.
74.
Any chance that some of the money that was appropriated from the fund balance last year to the budget will not be used and we'll be able to, I mean, I know we just had the audit, but the reason I'm asking is because like in 21-22, we appropriated $3,257,000 from fund balance, but only actually ended up using 500,000 of that. So we were able to appropriate back to the fund balance after the audit $2,745,000 that year at the end of the year. So there wasn't anything like that this year.
I can, you've got my emails.
I think we spent a lot harder since then. That's what we used to do, but we've been spending it all up here lately.
The year before that,
I mean, that salary increase from the salary study was, well, how many was that? That was 1.3 or 4 million recurring all at one time.
I pulled up a chart from the TACC about property tax rates in the counties in North Carolina, but it's from 2021. I don't know if you had a specific one you were looking at.
Yeah, what's those surrounding counties, I guess, is Surrey, Rockingham, Yadkin.
Sorry, they're not in alphabetical order, so I'm looking. In 2021, it looks
Does it have
like
populations listed with them or anything? Just the right.
let's see. Don't look like it. I can try to find a different one. Oh, here's one. It looks like Yadkin 66. So that's where it has us at. It's 66 cents because we have the 62 cent plus the 4 cent for site check. So Yadkin 66 cents. Wilkes County 66 cents. Surrey is 58 cents. Rockingham 69 cents. This was again in 2021, so things may have changed.
Yeah.
Let's see. Richmond County is 83 cents.
Yeah, they probably have gone up some since 2021, but I don't know how much. They don't publish that data in a timely way, I don't think. Timely manner.
Davies at 73 cents. They're similar in size to us.
We're 74 right now with the fire tax, right?
Yeah, I don't think this includes fire tax.
Oh, it doesn't, okay.
It has us at
What's Yancey County?
Yancey. 60 cents. If it helps, Scotland County's at $1. So
Who is?
Scotland County.
Surprise me.
Scotland's a very poor county. Scotland is.
Yeah, the more poor you are, the more you have to have a higher tax rate to get by.
That's right. I know.
So nothing generates
Yeah.
the revenue.
That's right. But we still have to, we get the mandates from the state, from the feds.
None of them have 19 schools.
Probably not.
Don't want to talk about school anymore, do you? So y'all already decided on school. I might as well not bring that back up.
Rode that horse to death.
That'd put us at 70 if we went to 4 cents this year. I think even we do that, we're gonna be in trouble next year.
I guess,
We should have a 20 to 30% fund balance,
Yeah, but nobody's giving the amount of money we give the schools, right?
like counties.
They are. I mean, other counties are.
Yeah, not really surrounding it. Forsyth gives about the same, but yeah. I mean, the majority of counties our size are surrounded or
there's
giving
a
about the
thing
same.
that the state puts out, and it came out last month, and it lists Stokes in the top 5 for funding for their schools, but they factor in the wealth of the counties. We're a lower wealth county, so we contribute more of our wealth towards the schools than 80% or 90% of the rest of North Carolina. But I mean, if we just keep going status quo, I mean, as long as we don't pull any more money out of fund balance, just go, this is what our income is, and we limp along. And we leave it to sheriff will have to figure it out, how to staff the jail, provide law enforcement. Volunteer fire districts will continue being volunteer, and when we get people during the week, we get people during the week.
What's wrong with that is that if we do that, then there's still, it won't be 2-3 months, and they'll all be your own budget amendments, you know.
Well, there'd be no budget amendments. We guess it's gotta be one or the other.
If you don't do it right now, then you just pay the price with a bunch of budget amendments when everybody starts leaving in the middle of the year.
I raised 4 kids. I know how to say no.
I don't know.
That's a lot.
What bothers me is 4 cents. Everybody's gonna think we blew up the world, and it ain't gonna half fix anything.
Yeah, really, it doesn't.
It doesn't even get a start good
No, it doesn't.
to the fix to
No,
gain the
I thought-
efficiencies that we need.
I thought 4 cents would have been a little bit more than that.
If we're gonna do all this financing, the LGC's gonna make us raise taxes whenever we do that. They're not gonna take this magic, we're gonna do magic. They don't deal in magic down there, like we try to do here.
But see, we blame them. So everybody feels better.
Accurate.
Well, if we say we're financing this and financing that, do we know we can get it financed?
We don't have to get their permission to finance.
Yeah, the
our
smaller stuff you don't have to get,
Buildings.
that's the bigger ones.
Some buildings we have to get their
Yeah,
permission.
the buildings.
And we know that's coming.
They check us the other way through our fund balance and stuff, you know, and our audits. But then when it comes to the buildings and the projects like that, they specifically have to approve those. We roll up all the computers and we want to finance them and softwares and all that stuff. Without really anybody questioning that.
That's the buildings.
And everybody complains about it. I'll just ask them, how would you fix it? They don't have a good answer.
They're not. Everybody likes to talk the big talk, but till you sit here and look at what we have to look at, you don't really.
Heck, I'm one of them that talk the big talk. I got a lot of crow to eat.
Well,
Next step.
Well, what have we got? What have we got? While y'all think about that a minute, let me look at my list. See what else. I want to do, go back to 240 hours on comp time. Are y'all good with that? Really, experiment didn't really work. Amber recommended it.
Yeah, for the law enforcement.
No, for everybody. For the, going from back where you have to use your comp time after 240. Remember they changed it to try to, I forget why we changed it.
I mean, I think it was to help law enforcement. That's why it was
Lots
changed,
of-
but it was for
yes, the law-
everybody.
yeah.
But it was for everybody, yeah.
They need to use it because they need time off. Can't help
See
it.
that, but on that, for the ones, for like the civilians though, I mean, that's, civilians will make time and a half at comp time after 40 hours a week under FLSA. So I don't know what, I don't know why we would put that on the civilians, the non-law enforcement.
well, like at DSS, they were complaining because they were shorthanded and they were earning all this comp time, but couldn't take off to take it over there, and I thought it was gonna help them to be able to get paid out after 75 hours because they couldn't take their comp time over there. So I don't know, did you not hear anything back from Stacy whether or not that?
It helped some employees, but not as many as it was projected to my understanding. I did talk to Stacy.
But what happened was you had people, and y'all can tell me if it's right, that were retiring with all this accrued comp time that were getting paid out, and you were having to pay a lot of comp time at the end, and that was to help that from having happen. Pay a little bit along rather than these big payments at the end. Is that not right? I may not know.
Amber's thing says, I formally request the Board of Commissioners consider approve moving excess comp time pay outnumber from 75 back to 240. Originally, this was approved in July in order to assist the Sheriff's Office and jail with fairly compensating employees working over to cover the large amount of vacancies. While changing this figure has helped in a small way, it did not provide the expected results, which resulted in a cost to the county of approximately $60,000.
It seems like to me it would be kind of a wash. You're gonna have to pay it sooner or later.
Well, I'm not saying too much, but a lot of employees are taking advantage of it. You know what I mean? They're staying over to accrue comp time when there's not really work to be done because they know they'll get paid out for it.
Oh, well, there you go.
HR said go back to it to 240, didn't they? They recommended it. Y'all want to or not? I think we should.
I'm good with it. It didn't work out for us when you tried it, so just go back to the 240.
That's what most everybody does, right? Most everybody does 240.
I can confirm that, but yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It's always been everywhere I've been, so. Y'all all good with that?
Yeah.
I'm good.
Okay, and that was Amber's recommendation also. And software. I just made a note we need to reduce overtime. I don't really want to get into all that tonight, I don't guess, but tax rate discussion, that's what we've been doing. I had a note about filling the gap on the thing with the tax increase. That's what we're talking about now. That's about it. That's all I had in my notes, I guess. So now I'm back.
So if I could, would it be possible, at least until the next time we meet, for y'all to give us some projections in terms of, a base? It's just like what the school board budget director or the finance director, whatever, what way she was calculating is. So we know, what we know the salaries now that we have, and we know the benefits. So all the core expenses when it comes to salaries, to be able to, so we already know it's going to go up 2%, and then give us projections as we go, because at least so far we're going to let the 2% rise, I guess, right? We're going to keep
about canceling.
yeah, so we're going to keep that, so we know at least for sure that they'll get 2% on what they're earning. But that kind of stuff will also affect our contribution to the retirement system. If workman's comp insurance goes up, and then plus what we pay for insurance, to give us just a base figure, say over the next 4 years. Just that base stuff. That's no additional pay raises or anything like that. we would be able to see, and then we can take a look and we say, okay, if we don't do anything, I mean, eventually we're not gonna, we're still gonna have to pull money out of our fund balance every single year with no new programs, no nothing. This is just the cost of doing business.
Yes, it automatically goes up a certain percentage every year.
Right, and that's,
It
and
used to be like 8% a year. or
yeah, I mean,
something.
I would just like to see that.
Well, like, I think it was in September, there was a percentage increase for jail and sheriff that wasn't budgeted, right? And then there's been new positions put in various departments that wasn't budgeted.
Right.
So things like, you want the core, the base, and then you can see how much
Right,
is added.
exactly. So we can say, hey, if we don't do anything, add anything extra, we don't give any pay raises, nothing.
To help.
Okay.
Well, let me know about Monday, what time.
This way, you know,
You're definitely not finishing tonight.
It don't look like it, I don't think, do you? Well, call me if you are, and I can
Okay.
afford to help, I'll come back.
Yeah, text Amber before you leave the property.
Okay, I will.
See if we're still here.
I just need to go for just a little bit.
but this way it would give us an idea that if we can't increase revenue somehow, eventually we run out of money. That's what happens.
Yeah, you're looking at what you're saying is there's a built-in increase of a certain percentage per year.
Right.
If we do nothing.
Right, if we do nothing, right, and
If
then.
we don't do a single reclass or anything.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, that's true. And
That's
part of
right.
it's at 2%. And then,
Yes.
but then there's some other things too. Things like retirement increase, what contribution,
Yes, yeah.
insurance going up.
That's right.
Health insurance went up 5% last year.
Yeah.
And 5% this year.
Yeah,
So we'll just put 5% in each year,
yeah.
I guess.
And so,
Well, last year it would have been at least 7% with longevities and health insurance. Yep.
yeah, it seems like I remember the average used to be when I was county manager, it automatically, our budget went up 8% per year. And that was before we had this longevity and stuff that they have now. So, it's gonna do that. That's the problem. It's been doing that for 9 years now with no tax
I know.
increase.
Yeah, it just, eventually our money runs out if we don't increase taxes.
Well, I want to throw something on the table. All right, we agree on something before the end of the month. I think we ought to start, why don't we start an extra meeting a month just about budget for the following year? Don't wait to jam it all in one month.
You don't raise taxes, Keith, don't worry about it. It just goes on autopilot and eventually we'll run out of money.
You gotta plan to get ahead some way.
You have to increase the taxes and nobody wants to do it. That's our revenue source. That's our main revenue source, our sales taxes and property taxes. And we let the sales tax go up, whatever amount it does, usually goes up a little bit every year. And then we pretend that we cannot raise the other one. Get it?
But I will say this.
Sing it.
You notice I've been real quiet.
I know, wait
That's
on
worried
you.
me.
I thought you were, I didn't think I was ever gonna be able to wake you up.
Oh, I heard every word you said. I assure you, I could verbatim probably tell you every word everybody said. Especially when Keith threw in us start meeting once a month and on budget for next year, and not jam it all in one month. Yeah, I heard everything Alan said. And I'm not trying to say taxes a curse word. But we tried 2 times now in the last 3 or 4 years to just get a 1/4% sales tax approved. Now, I'm not sure when you moved down here, but I know
I
when
voted
Keith was
one
there.
time I voted.
2 times we tried it. 1/4% sales tax. And the first time it was something like 80% against and 20% for. Second time it was much closer. Well, I'm not sure. I don't want to verbatim say what it was the second time, but it was defeated both times. And and I know what I do on, irregardless of my opinion, I do know, I understand what you're saying about all this. But we've tried 2 times for sales tax.
I think it's gonna be a hard sell. Because I don't think you can advertise it or get the word out good enough to convince people.
That's the challenge, yeah.
I really don't, because there's the T word in there, and they can't understand the people coming.
Keith, what's the T word? It's got
Tax.
3 letters, doesn't it? Okay, that's what it's about.
I'll try to
That's all
make it
I'm
clear.
saying is,
But then
what's the
it, then
T
it
word?
falls on us to make this thing work, so we got to do the T word.
I made the argument both times when it was voted on before. We're trying to help the property tax owner by putting sales tax out there
You did.
that people outside the county will pay.
But it
And
didn't
they
work.
vote it down.
It didn't work.
So they give us no option.
Ain't nobody
but to
trusting
raise property
us.
tax.
Do you know, can you just pull up for my sake? How many years have we given a cost of living adjustment in the last, well, this is my 7th year, so just last 6, 7 years. Can you pull up real quickly if we gave the employees a cost of living adjustment, how many times?
I can look and see if it's in the budget masters. Let me see.
And after that, I'd like to know what our fund balance, I saw how much we had to take out of general fund to make our balanced budget in here, but I'd be curious as to know what was our fund balance for the last, the budget ordinance that was passed. We always say what the fund balance is in the budget ordinance. Because I think, and Rick was county manager when I came on board, I believe the fund balance has not been below, it's been at least 18% or higher.
Amber, I have the 22, 23 for you.
We stayed at 20% for a pretty good while.
For what?
The budget ordinance,
Well, they didn't do a COLA last year.
no, they didn't.
Yeah.
And what pulled it down?
It may. I'll look and see if I can see. Let's see.
It didn't go down on its own. That's enough right there to make you realize you need to do something.
You got this one chart in here that shows what the fund balance appropriation was and then what was appropriated back to it for the audit.
Yeah, I'm looking at see about the COLAs too.
Okay.
That may be something I'll have to email y'all so I can make sure, because I'm looking through the budget now and it's not just highlighted right away. So I'm doing some digging.
And if it was a COLA, was it a bonus? COLA or a bonus?
A bonus, okay.
We mainly done COLAs. I think we did one bonus.
We did one bonus, so Rick,
Yeah.
I think you were still the county manager.
Yeah, we did. That's right. This longevity thing of 2% per year is really the same thing as a COLA. So during those years, that was before the salary study and everything, we were given 2% COLAs fairly regular. So we're you could say we're giving a COLA this year, 2% COLA. You could add something to it if you wanted to. As a COLA plus longevity.
You want to know the last?
But I'd like, and I think you share my sentiments, I'd like to get to where they're, we have the merit pay.
2019.
It's gonna take time to do that.
Yeah, but we can't do it now because we don't have an evaluation, so it'll have to.
That'd be the next cycle at the soonest.
Right,
Not unless we generate some, that's right. Magically appear, is it?
Yeah. 19 was the last one. And then 17. Oh, you're pulling up Jim, so you can see them in the finance side easier. Even I can see it. There's 17, 19, 14.
When Brook Coat pulled out, that hurt.
I remember that.
That hurt big time because it took quite a bit of our money away because when they went to Tobacco and they're in Forsyth County now. It hurt. It wouldn't hurt as much as say Duke Power is, but I'm worried about Duke Power down the road. I was talking to Jimmy White the other day.
I would say this one.
All this green energy and all this stuff, you know, I'm worried that we're going to lose some money off of Duke Power.
Okay. Go ahead. And a 2. Okay, so
Go ahead,
as we see
Amber.
it right now, I'm sorry, it's okay. So it starts to 2014. There was one for what did you say, 2%? 2%.
Don't run away, Keith.
I'm not.
And let's see, 2017 there was one for 2%. In 2019 there was one for 4%.
The COVID years probably was. COVID years was probably not the most.
Because I think the thought was last year the salary study.
Yeah,
We didn't do anything.
that
with
was it.
Yeah.
Well, the salary study was the big thing.
Have you seen any resignation letters recently, say in the past 30 days, come through from county employees?
I wouldn't see any specific. I mean, I don't know everything that comes, but mainly there's been a few. I mean, we've had the 2 retirements.
I mean, other than the retirements, like just people quit, saying, "Hey, this is not 2 weeks notice," or whatever.
Nothing out of the unusual except for EMS.
Have somebody resign,
What from?
EMS?
They've had several, but I think they've just moved to other places.
They weren't
Or
resigning,
changed
but
professions. That was one that changed professions. They wanted to do more medical field and the doctor type stuff. So they're going back to medical school.
They weren't
stuff
resigning
like that.
because of the money, right?
That wasn't the reason.
Because we're
given.
paying more than everybody
I don't-
else right now, I think.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that was. Yeah.
When I told the guys when I had my last heart attack, we transported from Pottsville to Forsyth County, Davie County EMS, transported. They said, "We need that."
Good.
Another county.
Where's 24 on and 40 off?
I guess we need to pretty soon here decide what else have we got to decide before we can have this approved. Are we down to 2 or 3 things? Or are we more than that?
I don't know.
What do you think, Amber? Do you know, Amber, what do you think? How much money? I mean, we went through with all your recommendations. We know what we're doing with what you recommended. We know what we're doing with the school, right?
My only question
question is, and obviously, I mean, with the situation we're in, it's going to be an interesting discussion, but merit pay, because, you know, we had talked about discussing that in the budget cycle because we're doing the performance evaluations now.
We were just talking about that. I think we're gonna hold that till next year.
Hold that
We
till
have
next year.
we gotta have a
Okay.
set of performance
Okay.
evaluation.
I must have been talking to them. I didn't hear
Do
you.
you have a copy on your computer of the budget ordinance from last year?
I can pull it up. I can find it on the agenda.
I mean, I was part of that, but I'm just wondering if you can pull it up.
Yeah, I can. Give me one second. I have it up.
Is it very long?
3 pages.
4, 5, 6, 7,
More than that.
8, 9 pages.
I mean, I don't think we're missing anything. I mean,
Well, we gotta decide about tax increases,
Well,
both
yeah, but
property
I-
and fire, and we have to decide if we're gonna do anything in addition to the longevity. Is that true or not? Were you wanting to?
Not with our current predicament, no. I mean, because we can't, we can't keep the fund balance at a certain percentage and then still, you know, go over, you know, the 2% longevity thing. I mean, I just don't. If we do a tax increase, then I think that we could probably do something. I just can't. I don't see where the money's at.
Well, we're getting a 2% COLA, if you want to
Right,
call it the longevity.
right. Mhm.
Whatever, it's across the board, it's for everybody, right?
It's your anniversary date.
And it's recurring.
Yes, sir.
That's a COLA, even though we call it longevity.
And it's not much difference, but like they said, it'll be off your current salary going forward, starting July 1, because of the new budgeting system. So I mean, it's a little
Yeah.
increase, I guess. I mean, it's not.
I think that was one reason that, I trust Miss Moore, the finance director from down the street. I'd give her my checkbook. I let her keep it because I worked with her for 5 years as my finance director. And I noticed that in her accounting, as you were questioning her about the 2 and 4 million, she didn't seem too upset over the 2 million.
But she freaked out over the
You
4.
said the 4 million, she said, yeah, I'm a little worried. And then, you know, she used the word recurring on a couple situations that she went through or still with you. And of course, we all know what recurring means, but I'm not saying that she wanted 2 million, but it certainly didn't bother her the way it did when you said 4 million. She got a little shaky right there.
Our problem is we got recurring expenses and a non-recurring revenue.
And what do they?
Nobody runs their household that way, I can
The,
tell you.
lottery, is it 450,000? Is that what we got?
That sounds right.
Because that goes to.
What it was, yeah.
Lottery. That sounds right.
450.
450 even.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
So we got to decide about tax increases. We're going to leave the longevity as a COLA for this year. That's everybody's position. On that third position in HR, I realize we kind of talked that to death, but could that be, I just had a question, could that be a shared position between them and somebody else that might need it?
It could. I mean, I mentioned that before as an idea. If, of course, Lisa and Lisa's okay with it, is splitting that payroll position 50-50 with finance and 50% with HR, because we have one payroll specialist right now. And I think the amount of free time that she has would allow her to help in another department. But that's up to, I mean, any thoughts on that, Lisa?
You don't, I don't put you on the spot, but
No.
I think that's going over well over here.
I'll think about it.
Well, maybe you're hearing something different than I am.
Call us when you get home.
well, I mean, just something to think about. I mean, from one way
Well,
to
yeah,
address it.
I guess Lisa's having, she says she's got free time.
The payroll specialist.
Really?
Don't let anybody have free time.
Well, I'm just,
that's
I'm
a
just saying that would
cyclical
make
thing.
more sense because finance and HR go hand in hand, especially that position. That's
And she
It
does,
would.
and she does
It would.
payroll.
the
Well,
payroll
then,
specialist.
That kind of goes together with HR as far as security and not.
That's right. We can eliminate that
Segregation of
position.
duties. I'm just, well, I don't know. The auditors could have an
Eliminate
issue
it.
with that.
As long, yeah, as long as you don't have it.
I mean, segregation of
Separation of
duties. That's the
duties.
reason why HR's having to do
The
this.
job is very important around pay every month. But on those off weeks, they could help out in HR.
I got a crazy question for y'all. Why do y'all work here? I mean, really, serious. Be honest with me.
Never thought about it.
Is it because of the retirement? Is it because your insurance is paid? Is it because the money you make? Is it because of convenience? Or all of those?
Probably all of those. Close to home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why a lot of county employees work here, because they want our community. That's one reason. I mean, not the reason, but
I have children.
yeah. Would you if you did that, would you reclassify that position then to make it work in both?
Yeah, I think you probably have to. And just have it like, I know there's another position in finance that's 50% finance, 50% purchasing. And they work, half of it comes from purchasing, that department, half of it comes out of the finance department.
If you reclassified it, would that help with the auditor's separation of duties concerns?
I think that was something we have to check into, but I think as long as that position didn't do any of the keying for that affected money, you know what I mean? As long as that payroll specialist didn't do any of that kind of keying and helped with other HR duties, I think it would. I think it'd be okay, but we'll have to check with the
I
auditors.
do too. I really do. I think it would be good.
Have we ever looked at asking for volunteers to come work here? I'm serious. You know, I mean, we used to have volunteers.
There have been some in several
You
departments.
haven't had
I've never-
interns, have you?
Yes.
You have interns.
Yeah, I know there's one in tax right now in GIS and mapping, and they're spending some time with planning. And there's another one in economic development and tourism right now. So there are interns, yes.
Volunteers.
Volunteers, there have been some, but not. We have not. I haven't personally advertised for any.
What would they
But
do?
we could.
What would they volunteer for at your place?
Clerks, answering the phone, administrative stuff.
Why would they do that?
I got some filing they do at the house.
I mean, people,
Just
they
to have something to do? Or what?
yeah, they're just retired and they want to give back to the community, and so,
They need to help the elderly.
you know, they work, like say, 3 days a week or something like that.
Have a really big volunteer effort in the county. We had a big banquet for them once a year. Now, who ran that? Who was in charge of that?
One in charge of it, but I remember it.
Who did? Somebody did that. And then they quit doing it for some reason. It was to recognize volunteers. We had a room full of them. I don't think that any of them volunteering to work for the county. They were volunteering for more like
What were they volunteering for?
stuff like senior services and helping elderly folks and things like that. Various like nonprofits and things like that. Hospital, I think they did. what are we down to? What are we down to, Amber, before we finish this?
Like down to percentage or down to what's left to talk about?
Yeah, like what's left to talk
What's
about
left to talk
that we need to close the deal on?
That you need for you,
Yeah, I mean,
once we make final decisions on some things.
I mean,
What do we have left that needs to go into budget ordinance? That we need to discuss before.
I mean, if y'all are fine with the rest of the budget, I mean, I think y'all just need to figure out about the tax increases and about that extra position in HR. And that's basic. I mean, I think besides that, y'all know what needs to go in there. I think that's all we need. I mean, if you're keeping the recommended the same and you're not making any specific cuts besides what we've done.
Yeah.
Keeping
See, we would have to have an exact number on our final.
But see, we don't know that until.
No. That's one thing you gotta have.
And see, we'd like
How
to go.
much money is in our budget?
If we are, and if we are going to do, we need to know exactly what we're going to finance, what we're not, because we need to put those revenues in coming from financing and not the general fund too. So
We already told you, right? You got them. You just have to go do it. You'd have to go put it together.
Are we going to finance the finance and HR software, or no?
I would say not if we can get around it. Because I'm afraid it'll slow it down.
You said not.
Okay.
Afraid it would slow it down.
Okay, so we know that one.
So go back over with us, or with me, what are we financing? And I know I've heard it twice, but I'm gonna hear it one more time.
So the HVAC for the portion of
Getting in there in the old portion of the jail.
old portion of the jail, the Autumn Square regrading and repaving because of the water issues, one ambulance, the animals.
Those are 3 things you put in your message.
Yes, sir. So those revenues are already coming from financing. The animal shelter.
That's 1.3 million.
Let's see. Then the planning software, if we're proceeding with that, the planning software, but that's not in there as of now. But if we finance, we'll have to put that in there.
And is that $500,000 planning software?
No, it shouldn't be near that much. It should be. Gosh, I need to go back and look at the numbers. But 150,000.
I thought it was
150,000 maybe.
Yeah.
Then add 200,000 to that for the CAD software for the sheriff's portion and the 911 portion that the 911 funds doesn't account for. And that's all of the financing on my end. But then if you take into account the 1.1 for the broadband, but that's not financing. But the 1.1 for the broadband, we're moving that back into the general fund. And then you're moving 330,000 from capital reserve back to the general fund. And about $80,000 for the economic development position that's unfunded for this year.
How much? 80?
About 80,000, I think it'll be.
I thought we pulled in there.
What was the courthouse? How we going to pay for the courthouse again?
Fine.
We're getting 2 million. We're getting 2 million from the state, right?
Yes, sir. And that's part of that
But that's leaving
contract
us
extension.
$6.5 million for us to pay for. So are we financing it? Is that part of the financing?
Yes, we
Is
will
it
have to
courthouse?
finance that. Yes,
When
sir.
we get to it, which will be next budget probably.
Yeah.
When they called today, did you ask for more?
They didn't call, they emailed. But yeah, that's part of that contract extension too, though, is the courthouse money. I know we've only been talking about the hospital money, but the courthouse money is also a part of
So,
that contract.
2 million from the state, 6.5 million we'll have to finance.
Yeah. I think it'll be about.
See, I'm used to things like the new jail. I think we financed that for 40 years. Didn't we, Ray?
Yep.
40 years.
Yes, yeah.
I've heard that, yeah.
And we were sold that because Mike Marshall said by getting inmates in from other counties, they have to pay us, and it would pay for itself.
The 10 million is in the bank, right?
Yes.
And
All that
extended.
interest.
It's gonna
Yes,
be
it is.
extended.
It is drawn in.
Where's the interest going?
It's just sitting there right now. Where's it going once we spend it?
No, where's it going?
We have to spend it
Well,
on
it's sitting in the
that
account right
purpose.
now.
You got to spend it on the jail. You can't
Yeah.
put it in your.
You are making interest.
No, on the hospital.
On the hospital, yeah.
We have to spend it on
You'll
the
have
hospital.
more than 10 million.
Yeah, we'll pay more than 10 million. It'll be restricted just like the 10 that is.
I would think so.
It's got to be on,
Yeah.
it's restricted to a new construction.
And all same for the courthouse, 2 million. It'll be restricted to spend on that purpose.
the majority of the courthouse we're working on, going to have, was that primarily for security and safety reasons, or was that also for structural reasons?
So are you talking about the reason for the expansion?
Yeah, I remember Angela Puckett coming up here and saying,
I think part of it was structural and is for security, but I think it's just the space that they have ran out of space because
Didn't
I
like
think,
sending the jurors out in the parking lot.
yeah.
part of
Well, I think
it,
they have
right?
more cases than ever.
I know she
the court
she
system.
talked about like somebody could go through the thing and go back and could hide a weapon. Like if they were going to have a court case on Thursday, they could go by and hide a pistol or something and tell somebody that's in there if they wanted it.
We stopped that now though because they have the metal detectors and the doors are
Right,
locked except for
right.
that one entrance.
But
So
when
we
she came,
yes,
that was part
yes,
of her
sir.
rationale.
Okay, so we got all that stuff that you just went through. So that only leaves us to, what, does that reclassification of payroll need to happen as part of the budget? I guess you could do it afterwards if you wanted to.
I think you could, but I will check.
Be better,
I
I
can
guess.
personally talk to the auditors along with finance and make sure that
Yeah.
that's not a violation of the separation of duties there.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be a good thing, because they may say her proximity to it would be too much.
So the audit team is going to be here next week.
Last week of June. Is that next week
Yeah,
already?
next week.
Starts Tuesday. They're not going to be
Not
here
Monday.
Monday because we knew we would be tied up with you guys being in here.
Today's 20th, right?
Right. They'll be here Tuesday and the rest of the week.
Yeah, I knew there was the reason I didn't want to meet tomorrow. It's my birthday.
So we got, so everything's done basically then. Go ahead, I guess go ahead and do that reclassification if it works out. Y'all find out that between now and Monday, right?
Yeah, we can get together first thing tomorrow morning and discuss that and check it out.
So then that only question that leaves us is how much, if and how much taxes we're going to increase. And if we don't increase property tax, what's our fund balance going to be?
It'll be about
13.
12.11 because you said 16.11. So if that's accurate, then minus 2 million approximately from the revenue from tax increase, it'll be about 12.11%. And that's taken like about 3.4 million out of the general fund, which makes sense because we basically kept the same budget as we did last year with a few tweaks. So 3.4 from the fund balance is what we've done in previous years. So I mean, I'm just saying it makes sense.
Yes,
that that's
consistent, yeah.
we're just lower this year, of course, because we're not putting anything back into it. So you're taking.
So I guess it's about 4 more years before we go bankrupt.
So, Lisa, do you know how much we're going to put back in yet on the that's appropriated from general fund but not spent? Do y'all have any estimate on that for this year?
For this year, the big budget amendment that I'm working on
Yeah.
now,
Do you have any idea what it's going to be?
No.
Is it going to be
I was technically-
positive, negative?
looking for some money, but I've got to reverse the health and the dental and the term that came out of the June check. It's really for July.
Mm-hmm.
So that it might be a little.
That's the pullback you're talking about.
I get nervous when you look at Tracy. Before you talk.
Well, I heard her snicker.
We're gonna come out about even, is what she's trying to say.
Yeah, so probably,
Well, we might break even.
that'll be the best case, breaking even. Okay. Where last year we put back a bunch, didn't we?
I would put back, but 2 or
2.75.
something. Was it 2 million or something?
Yeah. You wonder where all that money went. Well, let me see if this makes sense. We've done some things that you want to do specifically, which I think we've dealt with. We're dealing with some of those core efficiencies that we're trying to improve, which would eventually probably allow us to not have as many people.
Yeah, it will.
But things like the software for planning, the IT stuff we're doing, the Spillman stuff, all of those fit into that category of stuff that the foundation that needs to be fixed before we do the rest of it, right? So we can do we've done that, I mean, even with what we've agreed to, right? So we're heading in the right direction on turning the corner toward getting updated. If we do that without a tax increase, without the property tax increase, we're gonna do that with a 12% fund balance. If we do it with the tax increase, we're gonna do it with a 16 fund balance or 15 or something.
Yeah, 16. If you did the 4%.
16.3.
So, I guess the question then, do we mind riding out the year with a 12% versus a 16% fund balance? And then we'll talk fire tax separately in a second. But then, if you don't do any property tax increase this year, we get those core functions started. Then next year we got to finish them, plus add more stuff, and that's going to cost a lot of money. And so we got to do a big tax increase next year if we don't do one this year.
Plus, you'll know where you stand on the courthouse and the animal shelter.
Yeah.
God, I hope I'm wrong.
So what's the philosophy? Do we want
I'm
to
gonna
fake?
tell you, we sunk some money into the animal control shelter deal this time.
I know, it's true.
Cause didn't we hire, like, 3 or 4 new personnel and
I'm here.
That's a big part of our expenditure.
Yeah, it was 5.
Well, I kind of had to, I think. I don't think we had any option there. That and IT are 2 places we didn't really have any options to do. So if we're gonna have a strategic plan that really catches us up, and this is the last year without significant tax increases in property tax. I'm talking about maybe 2 or 3 years in a row. And you can start that this year, or you can start it next year. So, I mean, what do you think?
What I'm afraid of is that we're going to say no, so we're going to start next year, and then we're going to be sitting right here again, because we'll have another 3 years to go before we're bankrupt. So we'll kick the can one more time.
I know.
Sometimes you got to bite the bullet. You just got to bite the bullet, and I don't. Either we're going to provide services, because next we're going to start cutting services. In other words, we won't be able to afford to have a sheriff's office. Maybe we can ask the sheriff after midnight they just go home, and we call them in from home whenever we get a call or something like that.
if anybody breaks into my house, send somebody to pick them up.
Not everybody is as fortunate as you.
You're former law enforcement. If they force their way into my house, right, break my door down, come back in my bedroom with a gun pointed at me,
Let's
I consider that almost like that guy on the subway in New York.
Yeah, Mr. Penny,
Yeah.
the Marine.
Well, but then, I mean, because, yeah, you're right, and the other thing, the other counties right now take ambulances offline part of the time because they can't staff them, I mean, that's where we're headed if we don't start doing something.
I mean, my stance is I don't like paying extra taxes either, and I don't want people that, that can't afford it, but I just don't. They need to come down here, and if they meet a certain income level, then if they're a certain age, they get breaks on the taxes. But I'm just not. We got to start this year. If we don't start this year, we'll be sitting here again.
Both property tax and fire tax, you think?
Yes.
Start this year. I'm inclined to agree with you.
What do you think, Keith?
Hey, Keith. Is everything over
I
there?
just want to get through tomorrow and I'm happy. I got a funeral to do tomorrow.
So how are we gonna decide that tonight, or do y'all want to decide it Monday?
We can,
I mean, everything else is decided except, would you say everything else is decided except for the fire tax and the property tax?
Yeah, and we just gotta figure out about the HR position,
Yeah.
which way we're gonna go.
So then
Which we will
we
have
could
an
have a
answer.
vote Monday on which way we go on this, and all that'll change is, it'll just be a lower fund balance, which is more we're gonna have to catch up for this financing and stuff that's coming. And, we'll have to do it more drastically next year if we don't do it, start it this year.
I just say we wait until, until Monday,
Okay.
we can all think about it overnight, the past next several nights.
That's the only decision we'll have then Monday, right?
Yeah, everything else is set.
So that'll give y'all time to incorporate everything we've said tonight, right, Amber? And put a new budget together based on all the decisions that have been made. With that one decision, and you'll have one for each, and we'll vote on one of them, right?
Yeah, and I guess that's up to finance too, how quickly we can get the budget ordinance done, if we can go ahead and work on it and get it all the way done except for those,
Yeah, except for that one decision.
yeah, those few different
we,
decisions. Because we'd have to add it to the agenda
Did we,
I'm
later.
talking about having a separate budget meeting Monday. Recess this one.
Right, but I mean, we'd have to approve it at some point.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? So if it's not complete, we can't put it on the agenda.
Yeah, we can approve it later in the week.
Okay.
As long as you could have a draft budget ordinance and everything ready Monday, one of each version, right?
well, the last day of June is next Friday, right?
I believe
We
so.
have to do it Monday
Yes, sir.
to give y'all time to finalize the budget ordinance and for us to approve it.
Yeah, it needs to be before Friday because again, if we're increasing taxes, Richard needs to know so he can let
Yeah,
the state know.
Yeah, it needs to be done Tuesday.
That'd be great.
Tuesday. We meet Monday and then we approve it Tuesday.
So just you want me to go ahead and advertise or
Mhm.
put at a,
Recesses, so.
or you'll recess this from Monday?
Yeah, unless we make it unless we put it on the agenda to finalize it our regular meeting. Is there any reason we couldn't do that?
Put it on the
On the
agenda for
regular
the,
meeting agenda?
put both versions on there?
Yeah, to just put a agenda item, it says finalized budget.
What do you recommend?
Well, I'm just trying to think about, you know, you don't want too many versions of the budget ordinance out for public view, but we have to put up the agenda by this Friday. You know what I mean?
Oh,
With
yeah, I
the,
see.
With the attachments, because you know what I mean? I'd have to do the agenda by
yeah, I
Friday.
see your point. So we'll keep it off the regular meeting agenda and we recess this meeting till Monday.
Yes, and I think, like you said, if we maybe can just do like even a virtual call where you approve the budget ordinance and we publish it online for Tuesday, even just a
Yeah.
quick virtual call to approve it, I think that might be better to give us time to finalize the numbers after
After
Monday's
Monday.
meeting, because with the regular meeting and the budget work session, I think that's going to be a lot to try to, we
Yeah.
don't want to miss anything is what I'm saying.
And you don't
Yeah.
want it on the regular agenda.
Yeah.
We don't want,
Oh, she does.
Yeah, well, the budget ordinance has been approved in the past on the regular meeting agenda, but yeah, but not the
But
drafts.
Not a draft.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So we can legally approve it virtually, I think, by calling in. I
We
think.
can double check, but I wouldn't see why not if it's a
Not we'll run over here and vote on
quorum,
it.
as long as the public has access to the meeting, which we'll post the link
see, we're
online.
meeting at 2.
I'm talking about the Tuesday meeting now.
Oh, okay.
If we to approve the budget ordinance, you
Approve the
mean?
final budget.
I can make sure, but I don't
Make
see
sure.
why not. I
But
mean,
if we can't do it virtually, then we'll come over here and meet for 10 minutes.
I'm just gonna come over Monday morning because y'all confused me and I'll just spend the night.
We've done that before. We've had meetings just to approve it before, just a short recess.
We had one
what?
4 years ago.
So we need to work up two sets of numbers, one with a 4% increase and 2% with fire service district, with the fire service.
Yeah.
And then one just like as it sits.
Right. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
we're
we'll
not
talk
going
about
to do
it.
2
Yeah,
cents without the 4 cents. Is that true or not? We're going to do it either
So
all or
then,
none.
after tonight, you're going to recess it to Monday morning before the commissioners meeting.
For or after, whichever works best for
Probably
y'all.
before would be.
Okay.
I think before probably be good.
Okay.
And then you're gonna recess the one from Monday to Tuesday just to
Tuesday.
approve the budget ordinance.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanna make sure.
Y'all got time to get the board, you should have it all almost final Monday, so it shouldn't be a problem getting it ready for Tuesday.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm gonna make it.
Okay. And we owe you that one decision on taxes.
Yep. And then just let me know what time. Of course, we'll have to recess to Monday. I don't know how much time you think you'll need on Monday. An hour, maybe 2 hours.
If we're just voting on that one thing, we shouldn't need much time.
I don't think so. I think it's
On Monday?
Yeah, for the recess meeting on Monday. Unless you want us to review the whole package again or something, the whole updated
I think,
package.
an hour's fine if y'all are fine with that.
I'm fine with an hour.
So recess to 1 o'clock. Okay, on Monday.
So we're not going to review it on Monday. We're just going to make up one decision and then come back in and vote on it Tuesday.
Yes.
Plus, we will
Yes.
review all the changes on Monday also, right?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
We can give
we
it
need
out, but yeah.
We need to see the draft.
Okay.
I don't want it to go out that we've approved something and then we
Right.
find a mistake or something
Well-
because we didn't review it.
Right. I guess we can give it out Monday and let y'all review it, and then we'll approve it Tuesday.
That's a good point.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I'll recess till noon then instead of 1.
Okay.
Give us 2 hours to.
Well, that's why I
We
asked.
need-
It don't matter to me. I don't know.
We can just start and you just summarize the new product to us. And then we'll glance at, we'll review over it at the same time. Make sure we've got everything that everybody asked it to be in there. Is that good? Then we'll give you this, we'll have a vote on the tax thing. All right.
Well, do we have
Any
anything
further
else?
business? Yeah, any further business that we need to discuss tonight?
Make a motion, we do not need, this is an adjournment, not a recess, right?
Yeah.
I thought
Make
you
a
were.
motion, we
I thought
No,
you
it's a
were
recess.
recessing.
This is a recess to Monday, yeah.
make
Yeah,
a motion that
12.
we recess
To Monday at noon.
budget meeting until Monday at 12 o'clock.
Yes.
Second.
All right. All in favor? Have a second. All in favor, say aye.